Chapter 158. The brown-haired female reporter wore a suspicious expression. She couldn't understand what Yellow Cattle was saying because the black yak did not translate for her this time. Just like that, she left. This was because she did not have the courage to continue asking questions in the face of a king-level entity. Being able to come this far was already an extraordinary feat when the female reporter walked out of the mountainous region, her face pale and trembling. A large group of people surrounded her. There were even armed soldiers protecting her to prevent any accidents. "Callie, are you all right? Oh God, you're really brave. I admire you so much." Without a doubt, this female reporter became the center of attention. She was surrounded by many people and finally entered a bulletproof car. Perhaps she would bring back some shocking news. The people from the major organizations and reporters were all envious and jealous. They all knew that Callie must have some incredible news in her hands. "Should we go in too?" someone whispered, wanting to imitate Callie and enter Mount Olympus. But no one paid attention to him. It was too dangerous and full of beasts. A single mistake could consign them to eternal damnation. At the same time, king-level entities were not that easy to approach. The first person might have piqued their interest, but the second person might annoy them. In particular, people speculated that the three people might not be humans, but beast kings in human form. After Callie was taken away, the military was the first to receive the news. They were all indescribably shocked. How could such a young child be a king-level entity? Some of the generals were scared stiff. The impact of this matter was too great. At the same time, they guessed that the child might not be human. This didn't make sense. Not long after, the report came out. The government and the military did not suppress it and revealed the truth of the interview. Boom! The entire Western world was shaken. The Chelan King's lair had been raided. The impact of this matter was simply earth-shattering. One had to know that the Chelan King was no ordinary beast king. He was extremely tyrannical. Otherwise, he wouldn't be known as the Fire God. In the eyes of some humans, this beast king was practically a god. Although few had seen its true form, people had already deduced that it was a dragon. Just like the black dragon, it had undergone a super evolution and reverted to its ancestry. Western dragons only appeared in legends. However, the Chelan King had undergone a qualitative transformation. Its physical body was terrifying and it had turned into a red dragon. Who would dare approach its lair? Even the government didn't dare to clear it out. But now, a porcelain doll was shouting and looting the lair as if it were a bird's nest. This shocked everyone. Could this be fake news? Some people were doubtful because it was unbelievable. How could a mere child dare to loot the Chelan King's lair? Many people knew that the Chelan King's cave dwelling was guarded by a quasi-king. Even the army would not fare well if they went there. It's true, it can't be false. Some of the mutants on Mount Olympus have confirmed it. The Chelan King's lair was completely emptied out and burned down. These people were the most of the Chelan. The Chelan King everyone killed. The Western world was speechless. Everyone felt as if great waves were crashing over. How shocking was this? Many people, and they could not, the young of cattle. Not. The people in but one thing. QT. The cattle from to say. Of. Many people were attracted to him. They felt that this 4 or 5-year-old child was simply too lovable. Everyone couldn't help but want to pinch him. Very soon, the second part of the report was published. Only now did people realize that the child was speaking in an Eastern language. Fortunately, there was a translation. "He's a pauper." Yellow Cattle's weak voice echoed the 3 large bags in front of him. They were all open, and inside were gems and antiques. This proved that he had successfully looted the Beast King's lair. "Chelan King, you're really poor." Yellow Cattle's childish voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. These words caused a huge commotion. Many people laughed. A majestic Beast King was being looked down upon by a child, saying that his lair was too barren and empty. This kind of disdain was too fatal. After looting the Chelan King, he was still complaining. This made people speechless. Roar! Even though he was in the Vatican, the Chelan King was the first to receive the news. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His lair had been destroyed. This was a great humiliation, especially since it was a child who was being picky, complaining that his treasures were of inferior quality and that he was too poor. All the creatures in the Vatican heard the Chilean king's angry roar. It shook the heavens and shook the earth. The Beast King was enraged and let out a dragon's roar. Some of the king-level entities were secretly pondering. Just what was this child's background? He dared to be so rebellious. His audacity was beyond the heavens. The ordinary people smiled, feeling that this child was too cute. The experts felt their hair stand on end. They felt that this golden-haired child was extremely terrifying. Chilean King, your mother is calling you home for dinner. When this part of Yellow Cattle's speech was released, the entire land was silent. But soon after, it was filled with clamor and chaos. Some people were laughing, but others were afraid. This was akin to provoking a Beast King. Something big would happen in the future. Just what was this child's background? This was what everyone wanted to know. Just who was he? Many people felt their hair stand on end. To be so unbridled, he must have a great background. In the Western world, many people were terrified. No one laughed because of these words. Most people were worried that the Chilean king's anger would erupt like a volcano. Very few people in the whole of Europe dared to continue this provocation. However, the East was different. It caused great waves. At first, people didn't know what was happening in the West. After all, there was a time difference and a language barrier. But before long, this series of reports spread to the East. It was impossible for an excessively beautiful little boy to not cause a sensation in the land of the 9 prefectures. Oh my God, is this our Eastern child? How come he has long golden hair? Did he go and empty out the Chilean king's lair? This caused a huge commotion. Many people were discussing this matter, and even the major powers were alarmed. Is this revenge for immortal Chu? Some people were suspicious because the Chilean king had often mocked Chu Feng and looked down on his accomplishments in the West. Now, a child was ridiculing the Chilean king. This made many people feel strange. Definitely, as an Easterner, he must be fighting for immortal Chu. Following this, a huge wave swept through the East. That was because a certain phrase had become a hot topic. It was constantly on everyone's lips, and some people were even playing games. Chilean King, your mom is calling you home for dinner. Within a short period, this phrase was being spread all over the internet. People were taking revenge on the Chilean king for his arrogance and conceit. In Europe, everyone was speechless. The majestic Chilean king was actually being looked down upon in the East. Was no one afraid of him? At the same time, the people of the Western world were even more worried. The enraged Chilean king would become extremely dangerous. At that time, he might even stir up a storm of blood. At the Vatican, the Chilean king opened his mouth. His cold words spread throughout the West and were recorded by people. I don't care who you are or what your background is. If you dare to step into my cave residence, I will kill you without mercy. Pray that you can still live. As long as you are still standing on this land, I will definitely find you and tear you to shreds. In addition, there were people who took pictures of his terrifying figure. His entire body was scarlet red, and his body was enormous. He was flapping his giant wings as he soared through the sky. The scene was simply too terrifying. In the Western world, people felt a chill run through their bodies. This was exactly the same as the legendary Red Dragon. Not long after, a shocking picture was circulated. People finally understood the background of that golden-haired boy. The brown-haired reporter, Kelly, did not dare to take a picture of Chu Feng and the Black Yak. This was especially true because the latter was probably a gangster leader among the Beast Kings. He was extremely ferocious and didn't seem like a good person. Kelly did not dare to aim the camera at the Black Yak and only took a picture of the golden-haired boy. However, although the people from other organizations were far away, they managed to secretly take a picture using top-grade equipment. It wasn't very clear, but it was enough to identify the person. At first, they were still suspicious and didn't dare to post it. But now, with the development of the situation, everything was confirmed and made public. Oh my God, look! Who's behind the little boy? Someone cried out in surprise. His companion glanced at him, but didn't look carefully. He's wearing a suit and leather shoes. His hair is combed back, and he's wearing a pair of sunglasses. He's smoking a cigar as thick as a carrot. One look, and you can tell he's a gangster. No, look at the other person. In fact, those who were careless quickly discovered the abnormality. Their voices were trembling as they said, "Oh my God, is it that person? He looks like the Eastern Demon King Chu." Very soon, the black yak was forgotten. Everyone's gaze was focused on the smiling young man gazing at the distant mountains. Demon King Chu. At this moment, the whole Western world was shaken. All the major powers were shocked and immediately sent experts to verify the authenticity of the picture. That was because the impact of this matter was too great. What was the background of this golden-haired boy? This had always been the focus of everyone's speculation. Now that it was proven that Demon King Chu was behind him, everything could be explained. So it turned out that Demon King Chu was the big boss behind the scenes. Very soon, the most professional experts confirmed that the picture was real and not fake. The Western world was in an uproar. The little boy's identity was previously the focus of everyone's attention. Now, everything had come to light. With Demon King Chu standing behind him, it was no wonder he dared to raid the Beast King's lair. Oh my God, Chu Feng has really come to the Western world. Is he here to help us kill the Beast King? Oh God, I'm not dreaming, right? Chu Feng has come. Everything is his handiwork. The moment he set foot on our land, he immediately ransacked the Qilin King's lair. Momentarily, the Western world was shaken. It was as if a hurricane had engulfed the whole of Europe. Demon King Chu had arrived and made a powerful entrance. Previously, the Qilin King had looked down on him with incomparable contempt. He felt that Chu Feng wasn't qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him. He even sneered and said that Chu Feng wouldn't dare set foot in the West for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he would fall and teach him how to behave. At that time, Demon King Chu didn't say anything. Was it because he felt that it was beneath him to bicker? Many people suspected that this wasn't his style. In the end, Demon King Chu had arrived today without saying a word. Instead, he had cleanly done such a big thing. At the Vatican, the Qilin King's anger soared to the heavens. He was roaring. Today's matter had infuriated him beyond belief. This was a naked humiliation that almost caused him to cough up blood and tremble with anger. Chu Feng, Demon King Chu, you actually dare to come to Europe and set foot in the West. Don't even think of returning to the East alive. I'll definitely kill you. The Qilin King roared and revealed his true form. His entire body was wreathed in flames and scarlet radiance. He soared through the skies outside the Vatican, shaking the entire land. The news naturally spread to the east. When people saw the picture with Chu Feng in the background, they erupted into an uproar. Damn it, it really is Immortal Chu. Heavens, I knew he wouldn't let that giant lizard run its mouth and would definitely descend to the west to deal with it. Who would have thought he'd ransack the Qilin King's lair so quickly? Ha, as expected of Demon King Chu, this is his style? It's actually Chu Feng. He actually ran to the west. As expected, he's showing his true colors as a Demon King. This is the kind of powerful aura he should have. That giant lizard, what are you shouting about? Look, even Immortal Chu isn't interested in talking to you. He's going to destroy your lair and then kill you. This is the style of a transcendent being. The East was about to explode. Chu Feng had killed his way to the West and done such a big thing without anyone noticing. This caused a huge commotion. Everyone was discussing this matter with incomparable excitement. Many people were looking forward to Chu Feng's third or even fourth kill. Not to mention the humans. Even the beast races of the East were shocked. That Demon King Chu had actually run to the West. This was too shocking. Was he going to fight across regions? Xiong Kun, Hu Sheng, Lu Qing, and the others were wiping off their cold sweat. They were secretly relieved that they didn't provoke this ancestor back then. He was even more valiant than they had imagined. Even some of the Beast Kings were dumbfounded. Many of the beast race experts felt an indescribable sense of relief, as if a great burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Many of the beast race experts were praying that Demon King Chu might as well not return and go wreak havoc in the West. Not to mention the others. Even those who were familiar with him almost dropped their jaws when they heard the news. "Boss, aren't you too mighty?" Du Huaijin, Ouyang Qing, Yi Qingru, and the others were all dumbfounded. Zhang Luoshin was dumbfounded. Her bright red lips were agape when she heard this news, unable to close them for a long time. This was too unexpected. "Chu Feng, you originally didn't have the qualifications to set foot in the Vatican. But now, I'm giving you a pass. Do you dare come and fight me?" The Qilin King roared, emitting a torrential killing intent. His declaration of challenge naturally spread everywhere. Some people even revealed his terrifying draconic form, shocking the world. He was a dragon and not an ordinary beast king. Chu Feng was on Mount Olympus, but he was also paying attention to the outside world. He replied on his communicator and wrote a few words on his social media platform. "Wash your neck and wait for me to slay the dragon." That was his simple reply. Be it the East or the West, it was as if a great earthquake had happened. Everyone knew that Demon King Chu was going to the Vatican to fight the Qilin King. Chapter 159. Mount Olympus was majestic and majestic. Chu Feng, the black yak, and the yellow cattle had yet to leave because they were staring at the cloudy region halfway up the mountain. Their eyes were burning with passion as they wanted to ascend. This mountain range was known as the center of Europe in ancient times. There were countless myths and legends, and countless people worshipped it. The three circled around the mountain range and learned enough information from the beast race. They were so tempted that they didn't even want to go to the Vatican. To this day, not a single beast king had ascended the main peak of Mount Olympus. Just how much divine pollen and fruits would there be? So much so that few people could even ascend halfway up the mountain. The leopard cat leading the way was terrified. Its silky fur stood on end as it trembled and said, "Sirs, please forgive my cowardice. The peak is the holy land of the gods. I dare not approach it." According to the leopard, there had been beast kings who had tried to ascend the mountain, but they either died or went missing. The mountain was once stained with the blood of a beast king and was now stained with scarlet. It was a ghastly sight and intimidated those who came after it. Few beast races dared to set foot in the forbidden area. At the same time, even the powerful Qilin King lived at the foot of the mountain. He didn't go up the mountain and only stayed here to wait for opportunities. "All right, you can go." Chu Feng waved his hand and didn't make things difficult for the leopard. Meow. The leopard cat turned and ran away, disappearing into the forest. Clang! The black yak unsheathed the purple sword on his back and held it in his hand. Chu Feng also grasped his dagger and prepared to ascend the mountain. The three of them moved with extreme speed. Even Yellow Ox, who had transformed into a child, was as agile as a monkey. His long golden hair danced in the wind as he rushed up the mountainous terrain. He stepped on huge rocks and ancient trees as he neared the mountainside. The main peak was shrouded in mist all year round. Above the mountainside was a vast sea of clouds. According to ancient records, the peak of the main peak was the dwelling place of the gods. I refuse to believe that there are existences like the sun god or the war god up there. Even if there were such beings, they must have long since decayed, the black yak said. He flaunted himself as an atheist who only believed in evolution. The main peak was extremely vast. The mountain was brown in color, and the higher it went, the more sparse the trees became. However, they were all ancient trees, verdant and glistening. Astonishing life, essence, energy curled about them. Chu Feng's heart palpitated as he gripped the black dagger in his hand. This place gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. One had to know that they were only halfway up the mountain and had just entered the misty area. "This place is very dangerous," Yellow Cattle reminded, because there was a lot of blood on the ground. Even though it had dried up, it still made one's heart jump. This was the blood of a beast king. More than one beast king had come to Mount Olympus, and all of them wanted to enter the dwelling place of the gods. There were corpses, scales, and feathers stained with blood, indicating that they were all dead. Ka! Suddenly, the sound of thunder came from the top of the mountain, accompanied by lightning. The scene was terrifying. It was too sudden. One had to know that the skies were clear and boundless in other areas. Only this mountainous region was shrouded in clouds and mist, inexplicably producing thunder. I reckon that it will be very difficult to climb to the top of the main peak. Chu Feng's expression was solemn. His divine instinct warned him that staying here made his hair stand on end. Even if the three of them joined forces, it might still be dangerous. In fact, the peak of Mount Olympus was even more dangerous than they had imagined. In the next moment, a thick bolt of lightning fell, carrying with it the power of destruction. This place weakened one's divine instinct and reduced one's ability to avoid danger. The three of them moved ahead of time and crossed hundreds of meters. Boom! The area behind them exploded. Lightning filled the middle of the mountain, and the blazing blue light was terrifying. The mountainous region was torn apart, and rubble flew into the sky. That old bastard Zeus is still alive? The Black Yak was scared. It was said that Zeus, the ruler of Mount Olympus, used lightning as his weapon. Now that they were being bombarded by lightning while climbing the mountain, it was hard not to think about it. Chu Feng took out an antique spear from the huge bag he was carrying on his back. With a swoosh, he threw it out and stuck it into the ground. Gotcha! Sure enough, when another bolt of lightning fell, it was drawn away by the spear. Electric currents splashed, and sparks flew in all directions. Oh, not good. Retreat! The Black Yak suddenly shouted. The peak of the mountain was filled with an even more dangerous aura, which made them feel very uneasy. Amidst the lightning, something rushed down from the mysterious main peak. Boom! The three of them had just jumped out when the ground was smashed to pieces. It could be said that the mountain had collapsed and the earth had cracked. Lightning filled the air, and the place was blazing. The mountain rocks were melted, and the ancient trees were turned into ashes. A powerful electric current burst forth, incomparably blazing and terrifying. Is that a whip? Even Yellow Cattle felt his scalp go numb. Was there really a creature on the mountain? This whip could kill a beast king, and it was extremely destructive. Clang! Chu Feng took action. He shot out the scarlet flying knife and turned it into a shocking rainbow, slashing towards the source of the whip. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and an ear-piercing metallic sound came from that area. The tip of the whip was cut off, but it did not affect it much. Whoosh! The wind whistled as the black whip lashed out with powerful lightning. The creature on the mountain peak seemed to be enraged and attacked with lightning. Let's go! The Black Yak shouted. He didn't want to continue fighting because he had a premonition that this creature was too terrifying. It was not something they could contend against. The three of them were as fast as lightning, and they continuously changed their direction to evade the lightning god's whip. Behind them, the mountainous ground split open, and a 10-meter-tall boulder was pierced through in an instant. The jet-black whip was unstoppable as it came riding on lightning. This jet-black whip is too long. It stretches from the top of the mountain to the bottom for at least 1,200 meters. It can actually whip it down so easily. The Black Yak was bewildered. At this time, they had already rushed down the mountain, evading dozens of attacks. One could see that the jet-black whip was accompanied by lightning. It was fairly terrifying, and it destroyed a cliff with a single strike. It was unstoppable. It's not a metal whip. It's the body of a creature. Yellow Cattle said. They stopped because they had already run to the foot of the mountain. The jet-black lightning whip did not pursue them and instead gradually retreated. A vine, Chu Feng suddenly said. He saw that the jet-black whip in the distance had leaves on it. They were also black, and they were emitting a jet-black glow accompanied by lightning. Zeus is a vine king. The Black Yak was both shocked and angry. They didn't know what kind of creature Zeus evolved from, but the one riding lightning on this mountain was definitely a strange vine. The three were shocked. They discussed whether they should attack the mountain or not, but in the end, they sighed. It would be too difficult. Even if the three of them joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to break through. The vine was too powerful, It's probably at the same level as the Peacock King, having severed 6 shackles and becoming a peerless expert. Yellow Cattle said, "Up until now, no creature with 7 severed shackles had appeared because it was too difficult to reach that level. Let's try again. It's just a vine. At worst, we can just set fire to the mountain." The Black Yak was unwilling to give up and revealed a valiant aura. Don't act rashly. A creature at this level is definitely not afraid of fire. Yellow Cattle shook his head. The 3 of them were unwilling to give up. This was Mount Olympus, the dwelling place of the gods. It went without saying that after the world had recovered, there would definitely be divine trees blooming on the main peak. Swoosh! Finally, the 3 moved again. They climbed up stealthily from 3 different directions, hoping to sneak up. However, they were chased down once again halfway up the mountain. The vine flickered with black light, struck down like lightning, threatening to destroy the heaven and earth. Thump! This time, the chase was even fiercer. 3 jet black vines chased them all the way to the foot of the mountain and were still attacking. A small hill nearby was directly blasted apart. The 3 were in a sorry state. Their faces were covered in dust, and their clothes were tattered. There were traces of being struck by lightning on their bodies. There was no way they could charge up. This vine was too terrifying. We 3 kings can't even deal with a single vine. If it was a beast king with 6 severed shackles, they wouldn't dare to kill it so easily. However, this was a plant that needed to take root in the soil. It couldn't leave the ground quickly, so this was an opportunity. So much so that they wanted to force this terrifying vine down the mountain and kill them. Then, one of them would quietly climb up the mountain to collect its pollen and mutant fruits. Boom! Suddenly, a ball of blazing light appeared on the main peak. It was so intense that it was like a rising sun. Then, it rapidly descended the mountain. Not good. A creature is chasing us down. The 3 hurriedly distanced themselves from the main peak and became vigilant. It was like a real sun, surging with golden light. The waterfall on the mountain evaporated on the spot and turned into white mist. No way. Don't tell me this is the sun god Apollo. The Black Yak was speechless. Boom! At this time, the golden sun finally stopped hanging halfway up the mountain. As the golden radiance gradually receded, Chu Feng and the others saw its true form. A sunflower? Even Yellow Cattle's eyes were wide open, his face full of astonishment. No wonder it shone with dazzling golden light. This was a dazzling sunflower. Its entire body was flowing with the essence of extreme yang. It was extremely glaring. The so-called sunflower was actually a sunflower. This plant, from its roots to its leaves, was emitting a blazing light. Zeus is a vine that surges with lightning, while Apollo, the sun god, is a sunflower. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Is this the leader of the gods in the ancient myths? The Black Yak looked quite shaken. Suddenly, the 3 of them tensed up and reacted immediately. They dashed in different directions and dodged in the blink of an eye. The sunflower was enormous and intimidating, especially the sunflower seeds. They looked like they were cast from gold and were dazzling to the extreme. Each seed was a foot long, and at this moment, they suddenly shot out. Boom! When a dazzling golden sunflower seed crashed into the area, it caused a violent explosion. A radius of 100 meters was flattened, and then a big pit appeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Halfway up a mountain, a foot-long golden seed emitted a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the whole heaven and earth. It whistled as it chased after the 3. Boom! Mount Olympus seemed to have been bombarded by hot weapons. The forest collapsed, the earth was torn apart, and some small hills were directly flattened. Is this a sunflower seed? It's a missile. The Black Yak was about to curse. His face was covered in dirt, and he was in a sorry state. He ran as fast as he could, and a small hill behind him exploded. The terrifying shockwave sent him flying and smashing him into the mountain wall in the distance. After a long while, the area finally calmed down. Chu Feng and Yellow Ox were fine. Only the black yak had been chased and bombarded. His clothes were ragged, and his swept-back hair had long since become disheveled. Even the strands of hair were stuck together. When they turned around, they saw that the mountain region was in a complete mess. The short mountain had been flattened, and the ground was split into pieces. This left them dumbstruck, and they couldn't say anything for a long time. This was just too strange. It was just a sunflower, but its power was too great, right? 1 or 2 sunflower seeds were nothing, but dozens of foot-long golden seeds erupted like missiles. This kind of power was too shocking. Use the diamond chakram to kill it. The black yak was dissatisfied. He was almost buried under a collapsed hill. It's gone, Chu Feng said. Polo, get down here, the black yak shouted from the foot of the hill. It's very likely that he's called Apollo, Yellow Cattle reminded. I don't care. Polo, your sister, get down here. You almost killed this grandpa. This isn't over. The black yak roared at the top of the hill. Stop shouting. Maybe he really does have a sister, like Athena, Chu Feng said. For a moment, the man and the 2 oxen could only stare at each other helplessly. Zeus was a king tongue, and the sun god was a sunflower. There couldn't be other monsters, could there? Legend had it that there were 12 main gods up there. Even Yellow Cattle felt a headache coming on. Forget it, let's go. They probably aren't Zeus and the sun god, but with these 2 king-level entities guarding this place, there's no way we can fight our way up. According to their speculations, that sunflower should be a terrifying entity with 5 severed shackles. How many people could afford to provoke it with the addition of a peerless king tongue? The 3 left resentfully. They felt that there was no need for them to come back to this legendary land of the gods for the time being. They changed out of their tattered clothes at a shop in a small town and freshened up. They were once again in high spirits, especially the black yak who had put a layer of shiny hair gel on his swept-back hair. Our destination is the Vatican. Let's go. They slowly made their way to the airport. Along the way, they were overtaken by dozens of luxury cars. Many people got off and approached cautiously. King Chu from the east, may I ask where you're going? We can send you off. A golden-haired middle-aged man spoke with a trembling voice. He was somewhat nervous. We're going to the Vatican. Help us prepare a plane. Chu Feng didn't regard himself as an outsider. He understood their intentions and couldn't wait for the 3 to leave as soon as possible. They had robbed the Qilin King's lair. This would definitely cause a huge storm. How could that beast king swallow this anger? A peerless battle was bound to break out. The Greek army was most afraid of such a thing happening. If 2 king-level entities were to fight, who knew how far the shockwaves would spread and what kind of terrifying consequences it would bring? Very well, we'll go arrange it immediately, the middle-aged man agreed happily. They were hoping that Chu Feng would come to Europe to kill the beast kings, but they didn't want him to cause a huge commotion within their own borders. It would be best if he went to the uninhabited regions to fight. Chapter 160. The plane's specifications were extremely high. It had the spaciousness of a large passenger plane with a bathroom and conference room, as well as the tyranny of a fighter plane with all kinds of missiles. The attendants in the cabin were all fluent in Chinese. Their Mandarin was even more fluent than most Easterners. King Chu, as per your request, I've brought the Jilin King's information, the golden-haired middle-aged man said. He was a military officer and had personally accompanied Chu Feng to the Vatican as if he were the plague. Chu Feng received a stack of documents from him. Inside were detailed records of the Jilin King's accomplishments, especially his current evolution level. He's already severed 4 shackles? Even the black yak was astonished. He stared at the top-secret documents on the table. This was beyond their expectations. One had to know that the black yak had only severed 3 shackles. The Jilin King has only severed 4 shackles recently. It'll be difficult for him to break through again in the near future. Chu Feng studied the documents seriously. No wonder the Jilin King is so conceited. Every time he mentions Chu Feng, he's always full of disdain. He's indeed terrifying, Yellow Cattle said solemnly. His large eyes were clear, and his sharp nose was wrinkled like a doll. His small face was tense as he sat there tapping the table with his fingers. The Jilin King was definitely a ruthless character. He was not someone an ordinary beast king could compare to. Not long after, news of Chu Feng's departure from Greece to the Vatican was leaked to the outside world. The Western world was shaken by this news. Countless people felt their hearts beating faster. They were almost suffocating from the tension. A great storm was coming. People realized that Chu Feng was about to meet the Jilin king at the Vatican. There would definitely be a battle to the death. Suddenly, the whole world was watching. Be it the West or the East, everyone was waiting for the great battle to begin. In the past, it didn't take long to reach the Vatican from Greece. But now, with the appearance of a large number of folded spaces, it took an entire day and night. The large aircraft landed when it was still several hundred kilometers away from the Vatican. It didn't dare approach for fear of being torn apart by the Bird Kings. That place was now a blood-stained demonic land. Too many humans and beasts had died there, including several king-level existences. Chu Feng, the black yak, and the yellow cattle alighted from the aircraft and traveled hundreds of kilometers on foot toward their destination. This area was completely different from the past. Many human settlements were surrounded by dense primitive forests, and the folded spaces in this area were dense. In the past, this was a very prosperous area in Europe. The closer they got to the Vatican, the more primeval forests there were. It was like a whole new world. A few hundred miles was nothing to the three of them, and they soon arrived. The original Vatican was very small, not even 1 square kilometer. However, its status was extremely high. It was a religious holy land, the center of faith for 1/6 of the world's population. Although the Vatican was small, there were many churches. However, these modern buildings had all collapsed and turned into ruins. This place had completely changed. It had expanded from less than 1 square kilometer to who knew how big it was. One could not see the end of it. At the same time, in this area, around the ruins of the modern buildings, one after another, taller and older buildings appeared out of nowhere. This was very sudden and very strange. It was as if the Vatican had been connected to a mysterious, small world. The ancient castles and majestic churches were connected together. No one knew when they were built, but they had a heavy sense of history and vicissitudes. They had replaced the original churches. These incomparably ancient buildings accumulated the power of time and were suffused with holy splendor. Chu Feng, the black yak, and the yellow cattle could not believe their eyes. The current Vatican was completely different. They could not recognize it at all. It was as if they had arrived at the mythological era of countless years ago. The buildings here were grand and dignified. All the bricks and tiles were glowing with a dark golden luster, emitting a holy radiance. Pious prayers and hymns could be heard coming from the ancient buildings. From time to time, resplendent pillars of light would shoot up and pierce through the clouds. It was as if an ancient sacrificial ceremony had been reenacted. Chu Feng and the other two looked at each other in dismay. This was no longer the Vatican City of the past. It had been replaced and turned into an ancient city of the gods. It occupied a vast area, and its layout was related to ancient religions. It was built in the style of thousands of years ago. A majestic ancient city has risen from the ground to replace the original Vatican. Chu Feng sighed. Chu Feng, yellow cattle, and the others found a high vantage point and gazed at the ancient city. They saw a glowing area where life essence was gushing out like a sweet spring. The sacred medicinal garden. They nodded inwardly. The Vatican's sacred medicinal garden was located at the heart of the ancient city. There seemed to be a barrier protecting the pure land and the various ancient trees within. In order to approach the sacred medicinal garden, one had to enter this divine city first. Within the city, within a majestic ancient castle, a heroic and intimidating man was sitting on an ancient stone chair engraved with divine images. His eyes shot out beams of divine radiance as he blinked. He was the Jilin king. He had evolved from a salamander to a western dragon. This was a qualitative transformation and could be considered a breakthrough in the extreme realm. He had achieved a great leap in life. The Jilin king was injured. His flaming long hair was stained with blood, and there was a terrifying wound stretching from his shoulder to his abdomen. The wound was glowing with light, preventing it from healing. The Holy Sea's holy sword is indeed terrifying. It's actually so powerful. The Jilin king muttered to himself, his eyes blazing with divine light. Your Majesty, it seems that Demon King Chu has arrived. Someone entered the castle and reported cautiously. He came at the wrong time. I'm currently injured, and the sacred medicinal garden will open at any moment, the Jilin king replied. His face was fair and translucent, and his long red hair hung loosely behind him. He was extremely handsome. There's no need for you to take action. Some beast kings will definitely try to teach Chu Feng a lesson in order to express their goodwill. A beast king within the castle replied. The ancient city was guarded by beast kings, and not just anyone could enter. Who knew how many beast kings had come to the Vatican City? Each of them occupied a castle or palace. The rules had long since been set. Ordinary people had no right to enter unless they were powerful enough. Chu Feng walked over and was about to step into the divine city. Stop right there, who are you? A black wolf in front of the city spoke. He was squatting there, his body several meters tall and revealing a mouthful of snow-white fangs. It was quite a frightening sight. He scolded in English. Although he wasn't a beast king, he was still able to use his connections to intimidate others. Chu Feng. Chu Feng stood in front of the city and announced his name. Although his English was quite poor, it wasn't a problem for him to communicate. What? You're Demon King Chu? The black wolf was scared and stood up with a tongue sound. He could no longer remain calm, and all the hairs on his body stood up. Apparently, he had been frightened and turned to run. Not long after, two people walked out from the ancient city. Behind them were many beast kings, but it was clear that these two were the leaders. They were both beast kings. Oh, King Chu from the east, you've finally arrived. I admire your courage and perseverance to travel thousands of kilometers to the west. Not bad. This was a fairly young man with a head of long golden hair. His skin was fair and his eyes were dark blue. He looked like a typical Westerner. However, Chu Feng knew that this was not the case. This was a beast race beast that was emitting a powerful aura. It was definitely a beast king. Dear Chu, this way please. I've already arranged a place for you to stay. No matter what kind of enmity you have with the Jilin king, we'll talk about it later. Let's settle down first, the golden-haired young man said with a smile. He made an inviting gesture and introduced himself as Andre. Beside Andre, there was another person standing shoulder to shoulder with him. That man had a cold and arrogant air about him. Every strand of his light golden hair was hard and sturdy. He nodded towards Chu Feng and the others. Apparently, he was also a beast king. This way, please. Andre smiled warmly and brilliantly. Chu Feng expressed his gratitude and followed him into the city. They walked along the bluestone paved streets, which seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of time. Majestic buildings from thousands of years ago could be seen along the way. Among them, many ancient castles and palaces were glowing and emitting divine energy. Finally, they stopped in front of an extremely tall church. This place was sprinkled with holy splendor and was filled with an auspicious aura that hadn't dissipated for thousands of years. Andre said with a smile, Dear Chu, welcome to the divine city. I believe this majestic palace is worthy of your status. Please rest here for now. We'll prepare a grand, welcoming ceremony for you at night. At that time, some beast kings will appear. After that, he gave Chu Feng a hug and left with his men. How cordial. But after such a long time, I still don't know which beast king they are, the black yak mumbled. His eyes were sparkling as he stared at Andre and Homan's backs. After leaving that place, Andre's radiant smile vanished and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Three idiots. You think you can establish a foothold in the divine city? There was a group of beast race experts following behind him and Homan. They all laughed loudly and praised him, saying that he had sent Demon King Chu to hell with just a few tricks. This so-called King Chu is only SOSO. He's about to be buried in the belly of the undead phoenix. How disappointing. Homan was also laughing coldly. His golden hair was stiff, accentuating his ruthlessness. When he mentioned the undead phoenix, these beast race experts all trembled in fear. That was because that was a bird king with 6 severed shackles and was known as a peerless expert. At this stage, only a small number of experts with 6 severed shackles could look down on all the beast kings. Their combat strength was world-shaking. The undead phoenix liked to feast on experts. She had set down a rule that anyone who stepped into her territory would be hunted down. At this time, Andre's golden hair was hanging loosely behind him. His warm smile from before had completely disappeared and was replaced with a cold expression. Oh, at first I wanted to personally kill him. He's only a severed shackle. How dare he come to the divine city? I just didn't expect him to be so stupid. I was just playing with him, yet he fell for the trap so easily. How boring. He wore a mocking expression and didn't care about the lives of Chu Feng's group at all. He shook his head and ridiculed them to his heart's content. Indeed, it's not fun. It's better to just kill him directly. Homan also shook his head. He had always been proud of his strength. After severing his 3rd shackle, killing someone at Chu Feng's level would be a piece of cake. Behind them, the group of beast race experts echoed in agreement, mocking Chu Feng's group. They had only just arrived in the West, yet they had already lost their lives so easily. Could it be that the king-level entities of the East are all so weak? I feel that after we settle the matter at the Vatican, we can go and conquer the East. Andre laughed. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Homan nodded. At this time, 3 people walked out from the corner of the street. It was Chu Feng's group. You two are talking among yourselves. Are you having fun? Chu Feng's face wore a cold smile. Andre and Homan's smiles froze. Within a split second, they emitted a terrifying suppressive aura. They no longer concealed their murderous intent. At least you're not stupid. Since you didn't go in and throw your life away, we'll personally send you on your way. How dare a low-level king like you who has just severed his 1st shackle come to the West to behave so atrociously? Andre sneered. Although Chu Feng's expression was calm, there was a flame of anger in his heart. The golden-haired man had actually dared to play with them. Although he had long since seen through it, he could still feel the other party's sinister intentions and arrogant attitude. Didn't you too feel that the Eastern kings are weak? Today, we'll kill them for you to see. Chu Feng said. The black yak and yellow cattle stood to one side, ready to act at any moment to prevent the 2 king-level entities from escaping. You're just low-level king-level entities. Come at me. Homan said. His face was cold and cruel, surging with killing intent. However, he was very cautious. He activated all the mysterious energy in his body and did not let his guard down. He was prepared to kill Chu Feng and do the Jilin king a favor. As for Andre, his golden hair danced in the wind. He was even more prepared to fight. He took the initiative and charged towards Chu Feng with a sinister smile on his face. I can't be bothered to waste my time with you two. Go on your way. Chu Feng shouted. He then threw out the diamond chakram that he had long since picked up. With a loud boom, it tore through the air at supersonic speed, emitting a thunderous boom. The diamond chakram was now tens of thousands of kilograms in weight. Moreover, it was thrown out at such a speed. It was simply too terrifying. Puffed. Andre's body was directly broken into 2. Blood flowed from the wound as his upper body fell to the ground. He screamed, ah! His voice was filled with pain, and it shook the entire divine city. At the same time, the diamond chakram didn't slow down after piercing through his body. With a loud boom, it struck Homan, causing his chest to explode and blood to spurt out. Chapter 161. The bright diamond chakram spun as it flew out, causing the 2 arrogant beast kings to cough up blood and fall to the ground. The entire Vatican was alarmed by their mournful cries. One had to know that these were extraordinary beast kings with 3 severed shackles. Andre's body was split into 2 after being struck by the rapidly spinning diamond chakram. He rolled on the ground in unbearable pain, his golden hair stained with blood. The right side of Homan's chest had been split open. His sternum was fractured and his internal organs were injured. Half of his body was almost torn apart as he was flung out and smashed into the ground. The two experts had lost their combat strength. Those beasts that followed them were frightened out of their wits. Their legs were trembling, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Boundless fear arose from the depths of their hearts as they trembled in fear. What kind of power was this? The battle was over as soon as Chu Feng made his move. With an overwhelming advantage, the two beast kings were lying in pools of blood. Andre and Homan were almost divine and omnipotent. They could easily wipe out large swathes of beast race experts, but they ended up in such a miserable state against Demon King Chu. This was hard to believe. The black yak and yellow cattle were speechless. Chu Feng was too unkind. He had used a powerful killing weapon like the diamond chakram right off the bat. Everything was over before they even started fighting. The main reason was that Chu Feng had ended the battle quickly. This was the Vatican where many beast kings resided. There was no telling if someone would come out and target them. At the same time, the great enemy, the Qilin King, was also eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey. It would be troublesome if he were to suddenly appear and join the battle. Therefore, he had used his most powerful trump card right off the bat in order to end the battle quickly. The truth was that it was extremely effective. The divine instincts of the beast kings clashed here, making it difficult for them to evade and advance. Just how powerful was this diamond chakram? A simple calculation was able to roughly estimate its power. Although it was small in size, it weighed thousands of kilograms or even tens of thousands of kilograms after being infused with mysterious energy. Flying at supersonic speeds, that kind of terrifying momentum was enough to frighten anyone. Using a bullet as a reference, even though the speed was similar, the difference in quality was hundreds of thousands of times. The diamond chakram's power was multiplied by several times compared to a bullet. It was so terrifying that even beast kings would tremble in fear. Artillery shells, rockets, and armor-piercing bullets were nothing compared to it. Only the king-class creatures were strong enough to resist ordinary missiles. Otherwise, if it were any other creature, even if the diamond chakram only grazed them, it would still be torn to shreds. Ultimate trash? Chu Feng did not care at all. Even if it couldn't enlarge or shrink in the future and couldn't form similar abilities to divine abilities, it didn't matter. At this stage, it was a great killing weapon. Regardless of whether or not it would have a form but no spirit in the future, it was now a treasure to Chu Feng. Moreover, the diamond chakram could be light or heavy, which was already extraordinary. Andre was rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. His body had been twisted into two by the supersonic rotation of the diamond chakram. Now, he was in unbearable pain and was covered in blood. He was filled with resentment. What weapon was that? Although it looked small, it was more terrifying than the collapse of a divine mountain. Andre was unconvinced. He was an expert with 3 severed shackles and possessed world-shaking combat strength. How could he not kill a low-level king? In the end, he was finished off before the battle even began. Could it be a legendary weapon from the East? He was filled with jealousy, resentment, and unwillingness. Homan was also in great pain. The right side of his chest had been torn open and his internal organs had been injured. His body was almost cleaved into 2 halves. His injuries were too serious. Is this the legendary heaven-flipping seal? He spat out a mouthful of bloody foam because he felt as if he had been crushed by an iron mountain. You're not being particular, but I'm not convinced. Andre roared with boundless resentment. He was indeed unresigned. He was strong enough, but he had been defeated before the battle even began. Who would use their trump card right from the start? He was furious. Wasn't there supposed to be a fierce battle first? He naturally understood that he had been careless and underestimated this human. The other party was too decisive, using a trump card far beyond anyone's imagination as soon as they met. I'm sorry, I made you suffer. Chu Feng walked over with a smile and picked up the diamond chakram from the ground. It was as white as jade and had not been stained with a single drop of blood. It was extremely exquisite. Chu Feng wore a resplendent smile as he looked down at the two without the slightest bit of sympathy. Andre and Homan were originally vicious people who wanted to kill him. Now, they only had themselves to blame. Take care, you two, Chu Feng said as he drew his black dagger and slashed at their necks without the slightest bit of hesitation. King-level blood splattered everywhere. These were two powerful beast kings. They might not die unless their heads were cut off. There was a chance that they could be resurrected. Chu Feng didn't want to leave behind any hidden dangers. Ilyu, Andre and Homan let out a mournful cry before dying. They were too unwilling to accept this. They didn't even have the time to display their world-shaking abilities. They transformed into their true forms, two jackals. Their fur was a faint golden color, and their bodies were 7 to 8 meters long. Black Boss, don't just stand there. Quickly finish off the remaining beast race members. Otherwise, the secret of my diamond chakram will be revealed. I still want to use it on the Jilin King. Chu Feng hinted. The beast race members all felt their hair stand on end. They all jumped up and fled with all their might. However, the Black Yak had long since drawn his violet copper blade and blocked their path like a demonic god. He didn't feel any psychological burden because these beast race members weren't good people. Just now, they had joined forces with the two beast kings to kill them. He brandished his blade with all his might. Wherever the blade passed, it was like a great wave crashing into the sky. None of the beast race members managed to escape. Chu Feng didn't look at them. He stood in front of a majestic church and observed the carvings and engravings on it. He whispered, "The Holy See used to be so glorious. Can it still produce holy knights in this era? What are you standing there for?" The Black Yak walked over with a puzzled expression. "Pray, ask God to forgive your sins and your recklessness," Chu Feng replied. The entire ancient building complex was sprinkled with holy radiance. Naturally, the church was also glowing, making Chu Feng look even more divine. His body was glowing with a translucent luster. "Pah!" The Black Yak glared at him with a look of disdain. "People call you Demon King Chu, yet you still have the nerve to pray and communicate with God? I think you're trying to curry favor with Satan." Yellow Cattle also looked at him with disdain. "My heart is bright. Beneath my feet are thousands of corpses. I walk alone, blood flowing behind me. Even if I'm not understood one day, I'll press forward courageously. Go, go, go. I'm so sour that my teeth are falling out," the Black Yak taunted. "Ha!" The three burst into laughter. At this time, some of the king-level entities from the Vatican appeared. They were shocked to see the corpses and blood on the streets. Andre and Homan could be considered experts, but they had been killed in the end. This caused them to feel apprehensive. Ferocious dragon crossing the river. This was the opinion of some of the king-level entities. They realized that this young man from the east was not someone to be trifled with. They had already received a report and knew what was going on. "Young man, you're truly unbridled. You're acting so arrogantly in the divine city. Aren't you afraid that we'll join hands to punish you?" A skinny, brown-haired man walked over, emitting a terrifying aura. This was a powerful beast king, and he took the initiative to attack Chu Feng. "Are you targeting me?" Chu Feng glanced at him. This time, Andre and Homan wanted to use the undead phoenix to eliminate him. After being exposed, they personally took action. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him in the city. This skinny, brown-haired man didn't even bother to mention these things and directly attacked him. He was simply too biased. Therefore, Chu Feng didn't bother to explain or argue. These king-level entities all knew what was going on. He wasn't afraid and directly confronted them. "You're too insolent," the skinny man coldly said. He was a Dole King, a close relative of the Jackals. Andre and Homan were of the same race as him, and the three of them had a close relationship. Now, he wanted to take the lead and recruit the other Beast Kings to target Chu Feng. "Everyone, did you hear that? This young man from the East is extremely arrogant. He's only just set foot in the West, but he already wants to challenge the established order of the Divine City. Do you think we can tolerate him?" The skinny Dole King said loudly. His brown hair danced in the wind as he emitted the terrifying fluctuations of a Beast King. "That's right. Chu Feng, we don't care what you do in the East. But after coming to the Vatican, you'll have to follow the rules here. A Panther King nodded. Enough. Dole King, Panther King, you've been blinded by hatred. You're too extreme. This is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Do you think the number of dead king-level entities is small? Moreover, Andre and Homan were the ones who stir up trouble today. They wanted to kill Chu Feng, but in the end, they were defeated. They only have themselves to blame. A tall man walked over. His physique was sturdy, and he had a head of long golden hair. He was like a male lion, exuding a valiant aura. He looked to be in his 30s and carried a broadsword on his back. This was a human called Avidus. He was a typical Caucasian who stood out to target the Dole King. Chu Feng, I've long since heard of your name. I didn't expect to meet you today. He walked over with a smile and greeted Chu Feng while introducing himself. Chu Feng naturally expressed his gratitude to the other party for stepping out at such a time. He could tell that this Caucasian called Avidus was very powerful and had probably severed 3 shackles. Avidus, how can you stand out like this? Andre and Homan were killed in such a manner. You must give us an explanation. The Dole King was dissatisfied. What do you want? Are you bullying us because we're outnumbered? Come here. This grandpa will teach you how to be a beast. The Black Yak stood out and released his Beast King aura in a high-profile manner. At this time, Yellow Cattle also erupted. He was small, but his entire body was emitting a resplendent radiance. This was a special breathing technique that enhanced his physique, making it difficult for people to see through his cultivation level. The Dole King, Panther King, and the other restless Beast Kings were all startled. The 2 that came with Chu Feng were also king-level experts. This was definitely a powerful deterrent. Chu Feng spoke, Dole King, according to the rules set by the Beast Kings of the Divine City, I can challenge you to a duel if there's a dispute. Let's meet on the arena of life and death. You don't have the right to challenge me. You're not a citizen of the Divine City, the Dole King said. He was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. At first, he had discussed with the beast race experts to attack Chu Feng together. However, there weren't many who responded at the critical moment. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have stepped forward. Now, only the Panther King had expressed his stance. In his eyes, the other Beast Kings were too cunning and despicable. They actually didn't say anything and just watched the show from the sidelines. Who says I don't have a right? I understand the rules of the Divine City. Those who have been invited here are considered citizens of the city, Chu Feng calmly said. The Beast Kings were speechless. The 2 Beast Kings who had invited Chu Feng had been killed. They didn't know what to say about Andre and Homan. They brought this upon themselves. The Dole King was furious. He turned around and left. He didn't dare to accept Chu Feng's challenge alone. With 2 Beast Kings dead, he wouldn't have a good ending if he stood up for Chu Feng. Chu Feng spoke. You slandered me first and wanted to gang up on me. Do you want to leave without giving me an explanation? The Beast Kings revealed strange expressions. This was indeed a dragon crossing the river. Even under such circumstances, he was still fearless and was demanding an explanation from the Dole King. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, apologize to me, and the other, accept my challenge. Chu Feng said. The Dole King's face was flushed red, and his brown hair danced wildly in the wind. He was truly infuriated. This was an undisguised threat. He turned around and looked at the people who had spoken to him earlier. In the end, apart from the Panther King, the others pretended not to see anything. The Dole King was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He was very realistic. Although angry, he still lowered his head and apologized to Chu Feng. Within the ancient castle, the Qilin King received the report and frowned in silence. He knew that this young opponent was much more powerful and terrifying than he had expected. There were no secrets in the Vatican, and the news quickly spread to the outside world. Chu Feng's 2 consecutive kills petrified the people in the outside world. Was he trying to defy the heavens? He had just entered the Vatican, and he had already killed 2 Beast Kings? Many people couldn't believe it. Following that, all kinds of evidence began to circulate, including clear photographs. This caused a huge commotion in the West. The legendary demon king, Chu, was indeed terrifying. Comparatively speaking, the East was also shaken, but it was still better than the West. That was because this was not the first time they had experienced such a battle, so they were mentally prepared. This is more like his style. If he didn't cause a commotion after entering the Vatican, then he wouldn't be Demon King Chu. Someone commented. The people were speechless after hearing this. Both the East and the West were shaken. This was a glorious accomplishment. Chu Feng had killed 2 beast kings right after entering the Vatican. This caused a huge commotion. In the East, many beast race experts were wiping away their cold sweat. Demon King Chu was indeed as valiant as ever. Fortunately, he had gone to the West and was not at home. Chapter 162. The Vatican Divine City was like a modeled ancient scroll that had been unfolded. Majestic buildings stretched out in a continuous chain. Regardless of whether it was the ancient castles or the churches, all of them had a sense of history. The city we are standing in right now is exactly the same as the holy city of the Holy See's most glorious era, as recorded in the history books. This is truly a miracle that has reappeared in the present age. Chu Feng's group of 3, accompanied by Avidus, were currently learning about this mysterious city. All of the buildings were glowing with a dark golden luster. After experiencing the baptism of countless years, they were still suffused with a holy radiance. There was a kind of solemn and divine energy lingering around them. "Oh, you're Chu Feng." A golden-haired young man walked over from the opposite side of the street. His hair was resplendent, as if it was burning with golden flames. His entire person looked like a sun god. When his eyes opened and closed, terrifying golden beams of light would fly out. Needless to say, this was a terrifying expert. His strength was extremely tyrannical, like the legendary divine knights of the Holy See. There was a kind of divine energy pervading the air. The Golden Lion King. Avidus was on guard. He immediately revealed his origins to warn Chu Feng's group. This was a Lion King with 4 severed shackles. He was extremely famous in the Vatican and possessed astonishing strength. Normally, not many people were willing to provoke him. In addition to his own strength, his identity was also extraordinary. Behind him was an old Lion King with 6 severed shackles. That existence was not a king of the current era. He was already close to being invincible many years ago. Although the 2 were not related by blood, they were from the same race. This was enough. The Golden Lion King walked over with his long golden hair dancing like flames. The street was illuminated in a splendid contrast. Every movement of his was accompanied by a terrifying aura. He smiled and looked at Chu Feng. His golden pupils were suffused with a terrifying energy. It was extremely dangerous. The scarlet flying knife on Chu Feng's body was already glowing in the dark. He was ready to strike at any moment. No matter how extraordinary this Golden Lion King was, he would not hold back as long as they were enemies. Of course, if he could reasonably avoid becoming enemies with such an expert, he would naturally not take action. He did not want to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of it either. The Golden Lion King's attitude was unclear as it circled around Chu Feng. Its terrifying aura was still fluctuating like the vast ocean. Soon after, its pupils became even more glaring, like 2 small suns. Yellow Cattle and the Black Yak knew that things were not looking good. They were ready for battle. "Oh, little lion, you're here too." At this moment, an aged voice rang out. An old man walked over from the end of the street. He was very old, and his curled hair was already snow white. However, his dark blue eyes were still deep, and his face was also very rosy. He was also hale and hearty. This was an old man from the West. As soon as he appeared, the Golden Lion King's body tensed up. Its pupils rapidly contracted as it took a few steps back. "Schiller." The Golden Lion King spoke. He was extremely fearful of Schiller. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept a safe distance. The old man named Schiller smiled and nodded at him before slowly approaching. The Golden Lion King also smiled and returned to normal. He then turned around and patted Chu Feng's shoulder. He gave him a deep look and immediately left. At the corner of the street, the Dole King and Panther King appeared to welcome the Golden Lion King. The two were very disappointed and quickly left with him. Chu Feng's eyes burst out with divine light. The Lion King, just now, was indeed coming for him. It was the Dole King and Panther King who had invited him. "Thank you, Senior," Chu Feng said to the old man. He knew that this old man had good intentions in scaring away the Lion King. "We're all humans. It's no trouble at all. There's no need to say too much." Schiller laughed and also left. Avidus took a deep breath and said, "You guys have to be careful of the experts in the city. Don't provoke them for no reason." The Black Dragon King, Undead Phoenix King, Arctic King, Silver Moon Wolf King, and Schiller were the most powerful existences in the Vatican. They had all severed 6 shackles. Schiller was the old man from just now. It was said that he came from a holy see and was known as the Last Knight. He was incomparably familiar with this city. Chu Feng and Yellow Cattle were both alarmed. It was truly astonishing to see so many peerless experts gathered in a single city. The streets were paved with smooth stones, without a speck of dust on them. The buildings along the streets were built in the style of 1,000 years ago, simple and dignified. "The elder Lion King didn't come?" the Black Yak asked. "No, it's already chaotic enough with this golden lion around," Avidus replied. "Even an old knight like Schiller with 6 severed shackles wouldn't dare to touch him." Chu Feng discovered that he had established his might in this battle and saved him a lot of trouble. At the very least, ordinary king-level entities wouldn't dare to cause trouble. However, the Golden Lion King and the Qilin King were definitely not among them. This was especially true for that Golden Lion King from just now. The Black Yak was indignant and said, "Find an opportunity to skin it." Was that a silent threat just now? If it wasn't for Old Man Schiller, it might have attacked already. The Divine City was very large. Some of the buildings glowed from time to time, and the sounds of prayers could be heard coming from the churches. Avidus told them that this was the sound of 1,000 years ago, engraved into the ancient walls. Finally, they walked into the center of the Divine City. There was a medicinal garden there that was enveloped by a layer of light. It was as if a large glowing bowl had been placed on the ground, preventing anyone from entering. This was the sacred medicinal garden, the most astonishing place in the Vatican. All the king-level entities had come for it. It was verdant and lush. The plants in the garden were all sparkling and glistening. Their entire bodies were translucent and emitting an astonishing amount of vitality. It was obvious at a glance that they were divine species. There was a small, dark green tree that was only as tall as a person. However, its trunk was upright and strong, and there was only a single fruit between its leaves, a golden peach. It swayed in the gentle breeze and blossomed with golden radiance. Just the sight of it was enough to move one's heart. This was no ordinary fruit. On the other side, there was an ancient red tree that was 3 meters tall. From its branches to its leaves to its roots, it was as if it had been carved out of red agate. There were a few flower buds as big as the mouth of a bowl that were currently in full bloom. They were surrounded by a scarlet mist and suffused with a red mist. Needless to say, this was a divine flower. Not far away, there was a purple vine that was coiled around a huge boulder. At the end of the vine was a purplish-golden fruit the size of an infant's fist. Looking inside, there was an ancient tree that was more than 10 meters tall. Its entire body was silvery white, and there were actually snow-white flower buds that were more than a meter in diameter on its branches. At this moment, Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, and the Black Yak's eyes were wide open. A casual glance was enough to see more than a dozen divine plants. Yellow Cattle asserted that any of the plants they had just seen was enough to allow them to evolve and improve their strength. No wonder so many king-level entities had rushed over. Who wouldn't be tempted by the growth of such divine plants? Moreover, this was only the outer region of the medicinal garden. The deeper parts were hazy and couldn't be seen clearly. They could only vaguely see the silhouettes of a few ancient trees. There are people on those ancient trees. Chu Feng was astonished. Through the hazy light, they could see the ancient branches swaying. It was as if there were some humanoid creatures hanging from them. Unfortunately, they couldn't see them clearly. "They're not humans, they're fruits," Avidus informed. At first, they saw the silhouettes of flowers, but as time passed, the flowers bloomed, withered, and finally, human-shaped fruits grew out. This was too astonishing. "There's something even more astonishing. Look over there." Avidus led the three of them a dozen steps forward and looked from another direction. There were a few withered old trees in the medicinal garden. They had very few leaves, and some of their roots were exposed on the ground. The scene was astonishing. "What are those things?" Even a black yak was stunned. The roots of these ancient trees were connected to living beings. One of the ancient trees had more of its roots exposed on the ground, so they could see it most clearly. There was a lady with her back facing the group, revealing her snow-white back and long golden hair. She was lying there, and the lower half of her body was still buried in the ground. There was a root connected to her body. She had grown out from the ground. "What's going on?" Even Chu Feng was flabbergasted. Although he used to talk nonsense to the 3 seeds in the stone box, saying that he would grow the mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens, it was only a joke. He didn't think it would come true. But now, these ancient trees had really grown living beings. Chu Feng looked at the yellow cattle, wanting to hear its opinion. This sacred medicinal garden is similar to the area in the depths of Kunlun that we can't enter. There are holy trees reviving, but the things growing out of them are incomprehensible. Even the yellow cattle couldn't completely understand it. It couldn't determine whether the roots were connected to living beings or fruits. "When will this boundary disappear?" the black yak asked. He was a bit impatient and wanted nothing more than to kill his way in and pluck the mysterious fruits. With so many ancient trees bearing fruits or blooming flowers, this was the best time to do so. And in the depths of the medicinal garden, there was an area that couldn't be seen. Who knew what was growing there? The boundary isn't stable. At this point, the sacred medicinal garden could open at any time, Avidus said. "In fact, we tried to kill our way in, but suffered great losses." He pointed towards the medicinal garden, hinting for them to take a closer look. Chu Feng noticed that in front of an ancient tree, there was a large rusty sword stuck in the ground. Only a small part of it was exposed to the ground. It seemed to be an antique. In another area, he saw a spear. It was originally golden, but now it had lost its luster and sharpness. There were 6 or 7 weapons in all directions. All of them were ancient objects that had existed for countless years. These weapons are terrifying. Let's not talk about the others. Just take the large sword under the ancient tree as an example. It looks rusty, but last time, it automatically rose from the ground and released a resplendent radiance, cutting the Beast King in half. Avidus said solemnly. Not to mention the other weapons, this large sword alone had killed a Beast King and left a terrifying wound on the Jilin King's body. Chu Feng was shaken. The 2 oxen were also astonished. They had to be careful of the ancient weapons once they entered. But when they turned to another direction, they saw several ancient trees glowing. Each of them had bowl-sized flowers blooming with auspicious colors. A single flower bud can allow us to evolve. These are divine petals. Yellow cattle was drooling. There are some miraculous scenes that you guys can't see now. When we entered, we discovered a certain area in the depths. Pollen filled the sky and gushed out multicolored light. Sigh, it's a pity we couldn't get close at that time. Avidus sighed regretfully. The pollen condensed into a glowing mist and did not disperse into the distance. Even Chu Feng was moved. He wanted nothing more than to kill his way in. At this time, they saw a lady. Her black hair hung loosely behind her slender figure. She was currently gazing at the sacred medicinal garden. They could only see the side of her beautiful figure without any flaws. She should be a beauty. She turned around. In the blink of an eye, raging black flames engulfed her. She emitted a terrifying aura and surged towards a group. Avidus's expression changed. He hurriedly pulled Chu Feng's group back. "Undead Phoenix King," he whispered, informing Chu Feng's group. "How many of you were loitering outside my residence?" The lady spoke. Although her voice was pleasant, it was extremely cold. We were deceived. Someone wants to harm us, Chu Feng replied. Boom! A mass of raging black flames transformed into a spirit serpent on the ground. It rapidly approached, intending to engulf Chu Feng's group. Yellow Cattle's body tensed up. One had to know that this was an entity with 6 severed shackles. She was known as the Undead Phoenix King. Chu Feng held the diamond chakram in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. However, the black flames finally stopped advancing and gradually retreated. On the other side, a white-haired middle-aged man appeared. He smiled at the Phoenix King and said, "The sacred medicinal garden will open at any moment. The Phoenix King must conserve his energy." The raging flames danced around the black-haired lady's body as she turned to leave. "Many thanks, Arctic King." Avidus expressed his gratitude. "Don't mention it." The Phoenix King actually had no intention of attacking. The Arctic King laughed. His white hair was very eye-catching. He nodded at Chu Feng's group and left just like that. The Arctic King, the Black Dragon, Schiller, the Undead Phoenix, and the Silver Moon Wolf King were currently the strongest forces in the Vatican. They could be considered peerless experts. They came from different places, some from the North Pole, some from the Mongolian steppe, and some from the most terrifying existences in Europe. "I want to become stronger," the Black Yak roared. In truth, Chu Feng and Yellow Cattle were also incomparably anxious. They wanted to enter the sacred medicinal garden and begin their evolutionary journey. After going around in a big circle, they finally had a better understanding of the Vatican and the situation in the medicinal garden. The boundary here was unstable, and there was an opportunity to barge in at any time. Finally, Chu Feng's group, accompanied by Avidus, chose a place to stay and waited for an opportunity. 2 days later, the opportunity arrived. Chapter 163. The outside world was not peaceful at all. First, it was Chu Feng's killing of 2 Beast Kings, causing a huge commotion and heated discussions. Then, news of the Vatican's barrier breaking came out in the last couple of days. Everyone could no longer sit still. What kind of place was the Vatican? It was a holy land shrouded in endless myths and legends. Its fame was too great, and it was impossible not to stir people's hearts. Everyone was paying close attention to it. Even the East was no exception. It was a hot topic. Just how many divine trees were there in the medicinal garden? What level could they evolve to after killing their way in? Not to mention the evolvers. Even the ordinary people were burning with excitement. Unfortunately, ordinary people couldn't enter because only the top experts were there. It was said that all the king-level entities and corporations had been stimulated by the news. They all set out in succession, hoping to charge in at the last moment and get a share of the pie. Be it the East or the West, the Vatican had become the focus of discussion. Chu Feng is also there, but can he fight against so many king-level entities? What level will his strength reach if he evolves again? Some people were discussing this topic with great expectations. All kinds of reports have been going on for the past 2 days. The most widely circulated newspapers and periodicals had dedicated their pages to the Vatican. This matter could no longer be hidden, and no one was willing to cover it up. The whole world was watching. Vatican, sacred medicinal garden. All the Beast Kings had gathered outside the barrier, preparing to attack. So many Beast Kings? Chu Feng was shocked. He had been here for 2 days and had seen a few king-level entities, but he hadn't expected there to be so many. As far as the eye could see, the entire divine city was densely packed with Beast Kings. When the Black Dragon, Schiller, and the Arctic King summoned their Beast Kings to attack, the area outside the medicinal garden was thrown into chaos. Those who dared to come here were all supreme experts. They had been hiding in the ancient city for the past few days, but now that the barrier was about to be broken, they all moved out. The silver raptor spread its wings, sending sand and pebbles flying as it landed on the ground. The golden giant stomped on the streets, causing the ground of the divine city to tremble and rumble. The elephant covered in purple scales was as tall as a small mountain, and it arrived on purple clouds. The golden lion king, Qilin King, Avidus, and the other king-level entities had all appeared outside the medicinal garden. Most of them were in human form. All the experts had to listen to the arrangements of the 5 peak-level monarchs. They would be given missions to attack different areas. Everyone, the unstable barrier is our chance. I hope that we can do our best and kill our way in. The Black Dragon King spoke. He had a head full of jet black hair. This was a middle-aged man. With his eyes opened and closed, divine radiance shot out explosively. Some experts lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Kill. The Silver Moon Wolf King spat out a single word. His silver hair was resplendent, and he was an extremely valiant male. He was the first to attack, blasting towards the barrier. The Black Dragon, Undead Phoenix, Schiller, the Arctic King, and the Silver Moon Wolf King stood in different positions and led the other Beast Kings in attacking, shaking up the increasingly unstable barrier. Roar! In just a short period of time, the entire city was filled with a cacophony of voices, thunderous beast roars, and sonorous bird cries. The entire city was shaking. There were simply too many king-level entities. Just the aura they exuded was unbearable, let alone their attacks. Any creature below the king level would immediately collapse to the ground. This was the battlefield of kings. Those with insufficient strength had to retreat from the city, lest their bodies suffer heavy injuries. From afar, the center of the Vatican was densely packed with experts. All of them were glowing as they attacked together. Their terrifying energy surged as if they wanted to tear the heaven and earth apart. Dong! The barrier outside the medicinal garden began to crack. There were even some places that had been penetrated by powerful forces and were on the verge of exploding. So many king-level entities had gathered in one place. This was something unimaginable in the past because the medicinal garden was simply too alluring. These experts had come from all over the world. The barrier shone with divine splendor like a huge bowl, overflowing with blazing light. It was on the verge of collapse and was violently shaking from the bombardment of experts. Cracks had even appeared in some places. King-level entities, follow me and kill our way in, Schiller roared. At this moment, he no longer looked like an old man. His body was glowing with a blinding light as if he was a god of war. His curly hair stood on end as he slashed at the barrier with a large sword in his hand. At this time, everyone had witnessed how terrifying an expert with 6 severed shackles was. That large sword was as resplendent as an exploding sun. With a puff, it split the barrier apart with a dazzling explosion of divine light. It was a terrifying scene. In the distance, Chu Feng drew in a breath of cold air. Was this the power of a peerless expert? As expected, he had transcended the mortal realm and entered the divine realm. He was simply too powerful. Schiller's single sword strike was even more powerful than the combined power of a group of king-level entities. So many people had attacked, but failed to tear apart the barrier. Yet, he had cleaved it apart with a single sword strike. This was simply too shocking and intimidating. Attack! Schiller shouted. He needed to cooperate because the broken barrier was already healing. Holy light flowed out from it, as if it wanted to repair the damage. Kill! The group of king-level entities behind him shouted as they attacked in unison. There were black claws, golden fists, and sharp spears. All of them attacked together. Boom! With Schiller in the lead, everyone worked together to blast the barrier open. The group of experts rushed in frantically. At almost the same time, the other barriers in the other directions were also broken, following which the entire area shook violently as the barrier collapsed. Experts swarmed in from every direction. The barrier would not be able to reappear for a short period of time. This was an opportunity for everyone. One by one, the king-level entities' eyes turned red as they charged in once again. Last time, a portion of them had also charged in but suffered great losses. This time, they were all on high alert as they charged towards the ancient trees. They could not afford to waste this opportunity no matter what. Only after entering did they discover that this space was extremely vast. It was like a Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed. Standing within it, one could feel that it was exceptionally vast. Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, and the Black Yak stood together. After choosing a direction, they began to run in large strides. It was time to put their lives on the line. The fortune was right in front of them. Now, it all depended on their own abilities. Clang! In front of them, a spear rose from the ground. At first, it was dim and even speckled with rust. However, as the king-level entities charged in, it began to emit a resplendent radiance. Let's suppress it together. So what if it's a divine knight's weapon from the past? The divine fruit that can help us evolve is right in front of us. Nothing can stop us. Someone roared. The group of king-level entities made their move. Mysterious energy surged like the surging ocean as they attacked the spear. However, the spear emitted a blinding radiance like a bolt of golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had pierced through a king-level entity, causing king-level blood to splatter everywhere. That person let out a blood-curdling scream as his hair was stained with blood. His face was distorted as he struggled to retreat, but the spear was simply too terrifying. With a slight shake of the spear, his entire body was torn into pieces with a bang. He died on the spot. All the king-level entities were stunned. Could it be that they were as undefeatable as last time? One had to know that there were even more king-level entities that had entered this time. How could they not be able to suppress these ancient weapons? Chu Feng glanced at Yellow Cattle. What kind of weapon was that? Everyone was apprehensive. A king-level entity had died, just like that. It was extremely terrifying. This spear has an imprint left behind from ancient times. It's supporting its killing power, Yellow Cattle informed solemnly. These weapons were all extraordinary. There were at least 6 or 7 ancient weapons flying about the entire medicinal garden. They were all extremely terrifying. Every time they attacked, king-level blood would splatter out. It was difficult to defend against them. These are the sect-guarding weapons of the Holy Sea's most glorious era. How come they're all here? A human expert said with a trembling voice. He was a Westerner and understood that period of history. The legendary weapons of the Holy See were divinized holy objects. They were boundlessly terrifying and were rumored to be incomparably powerful. Unexpectedly, they were all in the medicinal garden. Schiller and the Black Dragon have taken action. They actually want to subdue the Holy Sea's sect-guarding weapons. Someone cried out in alarm. Indeed, it wasn't just them. The Undead Phoenix and the Silver Moon Wolf King were also taking action. They were surrounded by a group of experts to help them suppress the weapons. Can we subdue one of them? The Black Yak's eyes were burning with passion. He was almost drooling. Don't think too much about it. Even if they severed 6 shackles, they might not be able to succeed, even with the help of the Beast Kings. We need to avoid the sharp edge, Yellow Cattle said. At this time, the pressure on the people was greatly reduced. That was because the 5 peerless experts had taken action. With the help of their followers, each of them was able to resist an ancient weapon. Kill! The other Beast Kings saw this and avoided them. They charged forward to kill their way through the divine fruits and pollen. Who would be willing to miss such a rare opportunity? Last time, they were obstructed by the weapons. They had to abandon some corpses and retreat miserably. Today, they could finally charge through. However, there was still blood splattering everywhere. Even though the 5 experts and their followers were attacking to subdue the mysterious weapons left behind by the Holy See, this place was still filled with killing intent. The lightning-fast spear and the rusty greatsword would break free from time to time. Each time, they would cause a massacre, causing some of the Beast Kings to tremble in fear. A large group of people were obstructed and suffered heavy casualties. A small group of people charged through and approached the target. Chu Feng and the other 2 killed their way over. Their eyes were blazing as they stared fixedly at the ancient trees. Suddenly, a gigantic Beast King let out a miserable cry. It had been cleaved into 2 halves and disintegrated in an instant. What was going on? The people who had charged into this place were shocked. Hadn't they already avoided those terrifying ancient weapons? The creatures grown from the ancient tree roots, they've come back to life. Someone cried out. In the distance, the gigantic beast king had been cleaved apart because it was close to an ancient tree. A snow-white palm had reached out from the soil with a sword of light and slashed it apart. This area was extremely dangerous. There were creatures in the soil connected to the roots of the ancient tree. They were actually able to put up a fight. Clang! Chu Feng was also attacked, but he immediately shot out his scarlet flying knife, which collided with a sword of light. A dazzling light erupted from the collision. There were creatures underground. They couldn't move freely, but they were truly alive and could put up a fight. Chi! The most terrifying was in a certain area. A pair of pure white wings had sprouted from the back of a lady who was crouching on the ground. They shook violently as the lower half of her body struggled free from the ground, emitting a powerful suppressive might. Angels, these creatures are grown from the ground? Chu Feng was astonished. The other king-level entities were also astonished. Could it be that the things buried under the soil were all creatures like angels? I don't care what you are. Kill. As king-level experts, how could they be weak? After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, everyone shouted and attacked these creatures. It had to be said that even though they were still entangled by the roots and had yet to fully mature, these creatures were still extremely terrifying. The lower half of their bodies were buried underground, and the part of their arms that had reached out still possessed terrifying destructive power. The sacred medicinal garden was fraught with danger at every step. It looked divine and contained great fortunes, but it was also possible to lose one's life at any moment. The whole area was splattered with blood. A number of experts had been killed under the divine tree. The Scarlet King blood was a ghastly sight to behold. The black yak cursed. There was a bone-deep wound on his arm. Just now, he had almost lost one of his arms. It was truly a dangerous situation. Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, and the black yak joined hands and finally killed their way through. They charged through this terrifying area and approached the sacred and auspicious ancient forest. Oh heavens, I feel like I'm about to ascend. Someone laughed loudly, unable to restrain his excitement. A small number of king-level entities were the first to kill their way over. They stood amidst the radiant medicinal garden and were shaken by the sight. The ancient trees were bearing fruits and blooming flowers. It was incomparably gorgeous. Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, and the black yak had also killed their way over. They had all suffered some injuries and were covered in blood, but they didn't feel any pain. Their hearts were full of joy and excitement. Standing in this medicinal garden, they felt extremely comfortable. All the pores on their bodies opened up as the medicinal fragrance seeped into their flesh and blood. It made them feel as though they were about to leave the ground. Their bodies were extremely light. The black yak laughed wildly. He was too excited. Chu Feng and Yellow Ox were also excited. They sprang into action at the first sign of trouble. They rushed up the ancient tree, where there were bright flowers and sparkling fruits. Humph! A cold snort was heard, filled with killing intent. A few people approached from afar. The leader was a tall and straight young man. His long hair was like a burning golden flame, and his eyes were emitting blazing beams of light. His aura was terrifying, and he looked like a sun god. The Golden Lion King had arrived. Beside him were the Dole King and the Panther King. These two were sneering as they stared at Chu Feng's group. Humph! Another cold snort was heard. A tall figure walked over from afar. His scarlet hair was draped over his shoulders. His face was as white as jade, and his eyes were brilliant. He was emitting an extremely powerful aura. The Jilin King had arrived. He originally had a wound on his body. It was caused by the rusty greatsword during the attack on the sacred medicinal garden, and it was difficult to heal. However, with the help of the Black Dragon, he was able to force out a beam of holy light and remove the hidden danger. As a fellow member of the dragon race, the Black Dragon took good care of him. At this time, the Jilin King's body was suffused with killing intent. His scarlet hair danced in the wind, and a cold smile appeared on his handsome face. The Black Yak and Yellow Cattle frowned. They knew they were in deep trouble. Chu Feng calmly said, "The opportunity is fleeting. Now is not the time to settle our grudges. Let's go out and fight to our heart's content after plucking the divine fruits. This place was too dangerous, and no one knew when an accident would occur. The Jilin King didn't say anything. On the other side, the Dole King and Panther King laughed coldly, revealing a mocking smile. You still want to obtain fortune? Do you have a place to stand here? The other experts laughed loudly as the two taunted. Chu Feng's eyes were blazing as he glared at them. Immediately, the Dole King and Panther King's hearts palpitated, and they couldn't help but shut their mouths. The Lion King strode forward, his long golden hair draped over his shoulders. His entire body was glowing as if he was enveloped by a resplendent sun. A divine energy pervaded the air, shaking everyone's hearts. All of you scram. The Golden Lion King opened his mouth. His tone was cold and incomparably tyrannical. He stared at Chu Feng's group, intending to chase them away without giving them any fortune. Clang! A scarlet flying sword soared into the sky, filled with killing intent. Chapter 164. The situation was dire. In front of them was the Golden Lion King, whose strength could intimidate the entire Vatican. Behind them was the Qilin King, a Western dragon that could look down on ordinary beast kings. These two were ruthless fellows, one more powerful than the other. Moreover, they had severed 4 shackles and could do as they pleased in the Vatican as long as they avoided the 5 peerless experts. The scarlet flying knife hung in the air, its entire body radiating resplendent divine light and surging with killing intent. Chu Feng had been forced into a corner. He could only fight. How could he retreat when the other party had pointed a sword at his nose? Clang! The black yak silently drew his violet copper blade. He was incomparably solemn. At this moment, he didn't speak a single word. He could only fight to the death. Yellow Cow's nose and mouth were suffused with white mist. Although his body wasn't big, he was emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. He was circulating a special breathing technique. The Golden Lion King stood there, his body tall and straight. His entire body was enveloped in golden light, as though he was the descendant of a god. He emitted a terrifying aura that intimidated all the beast kings present. His long golden hair danced in the wind as his aura became increasingly astonishing. At this moment, even his pupils were golden. He said with an arrogant expression, "You guys don't want to scram?" The Golden Lion King spoke in the Eastern language. His intonation was very proper, and he was actually quite proficient in it. He looked down at them with a domineering attitude, completely disregarding Chu Feng's group. His attitude was tyrannical to the extreme. "Damned lion, I'll skin you alive," the black yak roared. He was burning with anger. Ever since he was born, no one had dared to look down on him like this. Chu Feng's heart was in turmoil. He had long since been angered. He was considering whether to use the diamond chakram to kill the Golden Lion King or the Qilin King. Which one was more threatening? Roar! Suddenly, a draconic roar was heard from afar. It was the Black Dragon King's roar, shaking the entire sacred medicinal garden. Even the ground was trembling. An expert with 6 severed shackles was too terrifying. A faint draconic might pervaded the air, accompanied by spiritual fluctuations. The Qilin King sensed it immediately. He revealed an expression of hesitation, but in the end, he turned around and rushed towards the Black Dragon King. All the beast kings present were astonished. The Qilin King had actually turned around and left at such a critical juncture. Did the Black Dragon King have such a great influence on him? Interesting. The Golden Lion King watched Jilin's departing figure before turning around. Golden beams of light shot out from his eyes as he closed in on Chu Feng's group. He had decided to take action and seize all the fortunes here. Kill! Chu Feng shouted. He immediately activated the scarlet flying sword and slashed forward. Dang! It had to be said that an entity with 4 severed shackles was too terrifying. The Golden Lion King's right palm glowed like a miniature sun as it forcefully blocked the flying sword. Whether it was his reaction speed or his strength, they were both shocking. He shook off the scarlet sword. Chi! At this moment, the black yak also moved. He slashed with his purple sword. There was nothing more to say in the face of such a high-level king-level entity. All he could do was fight to the death. Dang! The Golden Lion King's reaction was too fast. He shifted his body to the side and struck the back of the blade with his palm. The enormous force caused the black yak's palm to heat up and almost split open with blood flowing out. This lion's strength was terrifying. Its mouth and nose were taking in and sending out golden multicolored mist. This made everyone's expressions change because its breathing rhythm was a bit strange. Obviously, he had obtained a mysterious inheritance. You're just a bunch of low-level king-level entities, yet you dare to fight me? He was incomparably conceited. Boom! At this moment, the black yak flipped out. After all, he was a king-level expert with 3 severed shackles. He brandished his purple sword and slashed wildly. At the same time, mist began to flow out of his mouth and nose as his breathing rhythm changed. Chi! At the same time, the scarlet flying sword erupted with even greater divine might. Chu Feng was also circulating his special breathing technique to strengthen his body. His spiritual energy became even more majestic as he controlled his sword to attack. The Golden Lion King's expression changed. He had obtained a secret inheritance before and naturally understood that these people had also obtained great fortunes. They were people with backgrounds. Dang! The Golden Lion King swung his golden fists, smashing the flying sword and blocking the copper sword. His hair was scattered behind his back. He was incomparably heroic like a golden god of war. So what if you have some skills? I'm enough to crush you all. He was still confident. After severing his 4th shackle, his strength, speed, and reflexes had all increased by a large margin. You want to gang up on the Lion King? Here we come. The Dole King and Panther King also moved, sneering as they pressed forward. They were confident in their backing. With the Lion King here, they felt that it was enough to kill everyone. Boom! Yellow Cow attacked. He leapt up and used his demon ox fist to attack the two. His whole body was glowing. Although he looked like a child, his strength was boundless. You want to compete in numbers? Here we come. There were 3 other king-level entities beside him. They all laughed loudly and rushed over to surround Chu Feng's group. The Golden Lion King revealed a cruel smile. Although he was arrogant, he was not inflexible and did not stop them. Black Boss, you go and deal with them. Chu Feng whispered, letting the Black Yak temporarily block the 3 king-level entities. The Black Yak glanced deeply at him and didn't say a word. He waved his purple sword and rushed towards the 3 king-level entities. Immediately, they were divided into 3 groups. Yellow Cow was fighting 1 against 2 against the Dole King and Panther King. The Black Yak, on the other hand, was fighting against 3 king-level entities at once. The one in the most danger was naturally Chu Feng. Although he only had 1 opponent, he was simply too powerful. Every movement of his was accompanied by a mighty astral wind, destroying everything in its path. One could see the surrounding millstone-sized rocks flying high into the sky and exploding under the Lion King's fists. He seemed to be invincible. In terms of true strength, Chu Feng was only at the level of 1 severed shackle. He was no match for the Golden Lion King. The difference in realm was too great. But in a battle of life and death, who would care about a fair fight? This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The weak could only die in vain. Clang, clang, clang. The sword cry shook the sky. Chu Feng evaded the Golden Lion King and activated his flying sword from a certain distance. He didn't engage in close combat with the Lion King. This was the advantage of the Imperial Sword technique. Otherwise, he would most likely be in danger. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. The other king-level entities had long since become dumbfounded. Chu Feng had only broken through to the king level and was considered a low-level king-level entity. Yet, he was fighting the Golden Lion King. One had to know that in the Vatican, apart from the 5 peerless experts, who would dare say they could suppress this Golden Lion King? The Golden Lion King's strength was unfathomable. After severing his 4th shackle, He was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, he had grasped a strange breathing technique which increased his strength by an entire level. At the mention of the Golden Lion King, people would think of him as easily crushing his opponents. But today, he was being entangled by a human who had only severed his first shackle. You have some skill, but you're still not up to par. Are you even worthy of competing with me? You're far from it, the Golden Lion King said coldly. His long golden hair danced in the wind as he struck the flying sword horizontally. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Feng used his powerful spiritual energy to control the flying sword and hacked continuously. It was enough to slice off a mountain peak, but the Golden Lion King was too ferocious. His strength was so great that it was terrifying. Every time he punched out, the void would explode. He smashed over at supersonic speeds, causing the flying sword to tremble and fly out continuously. The Golden Lion King closed in step by step. His divine might intimidated all the kings present. Having severed 4 shackles was an advantage. His innate strength was incomparably tyrannical. His divine might was unstoppable. The black yak roared from afar. Isn't it just that you've severed 4 shackles? Do you think it's honorable to beat someone who has just entered the king realm? He was interfering because he was worried about Chu Feng. The difference between the two was too great. With the Golden Lion King's unrivaled momentum, Chu Feng would be in danger if you were to get close. I'm just that strong. I can crush ants like you. Are you not satisfied? The Golden Lion King was unmoved. He was boundlessly tyrannical as he charged forward. Moreover, his eyes suddenly erupted with golden light. He opened his mouth and let out a lion's roar that shook the entire Vatican and resounded throughout the entire sacred medicinal garden. This lion's roar was too powerful. Some of the king-level entities nearby felt their minds go blank. They almost fainted from the sudden sound waves. The Golden Lion King's expression was cold. His roar was aimed at the black yak. One could see the golden ripples rushing towards him in an attempt to knock him out. Moo! The demon ox's roar shook the heaven and earth. The black yak went berserk and activated the sound waves to defend himself. At the same time, the yellow cattle also roared to help defend. It's your turn. The Golden Lion King realized that it was ineffective. He once again focused on dealing with Chu Feng. He ran forward with extreme speed, wanting to kill him first. Roar! He roared once again. Golden energy ripples surged and swept towards Chu Feng. It attacked the flying swords and wanted to use the sound waves to suppress the opponent. Chu Feng shouted lightly. He understood the demon ox's roar and could naturally defend himself. However, he did not attack head-on. Instead, he shifted his body to the side and evaded the golden light. You've just severed 1 shackle, and yet you dare fight me? Hand over your life. The Golden Lion King roared. His hair was in disarray as he went berserk. His golden pupils became even more terrifying. He attacked repeatedly, sending the flying swords flying into the distance. He closed in on Chu Feng and revealed a cold and cruel smile as he unleashed his killing moves. The surrounding king-level entities all believed that Chu Feng was finished. If the Lion King were to force him into a corner, he would die without a doubt. He would be torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng's expression was cold. He hadn't said a single word since the start of the battle. Now that he had found an opportunity, he suddenly threw out the diamond chakram towards the charging Lion King. The Golden Lion King was extremely fast. After deflecting the flying swords from dozens of meters away, he immediately rushed over. His golden hair flew backwards, and his face was filled with a cold, killing intent. He had already raised his right fist, ready to smash Chu Feng to pieces. However, a snow-white beam of light flew over at this moment. It covered a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant, and there was no time to dodge. This time, Chu Feng exerted all of his strength. He had been accumulating energy for a long time and had almost exhausted all of it. He poured all of it into the snow-white weapon and attacked with all his might. The air exploded. This time, the diamond chakram's power exceeded that of the past. It reached 3 times the speed of sound and erupted with white light like the explosion of the sun. The yellow cattle was shocked. He felt that this item was strange. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Perhaps he had made a mistake. Eh. The Golden Lion King reacted quickly and roared crazily. His entire body seemed to be on fire as he erupted with the most powerful energy. He did his best to evade and at the same time made preparations to meet the attack head-on. Thump! The diamond chakram struck his shoulder and not his head. This made Chu Feng rather regretful. Even so, the Golden Lion King let out an earth-shattering roar as he suffered an unimaginable injury. The diamond chakram flew over and directly broke his shoulder. Moreover, it rotated and tore apart the right side of his body, almost causing his entire arm and chest to fall off. This kind of injury was extremely frightening. The Lion King was in unbearable pain. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. The right side of his body seemed to have been hacked by a heavenly blade. It was torn apart and almost dismembered. The wound extended to his abdomen and blood gushed out. If it were an ordinary beast king, they would most likely have been torn apart. The diamond chakram's rotation was too violent and terrifying. This was Chu Feng's most powerful attack. Even his body had been hollowed out. He quickly circulated his breathing technique to recover his physical body. At the same time, his spiritual energy pervaded the air and controlled the flying sword to slash forward. The Golden Lion King leapt out. The flying sword was originally aimed at his neck, but in the end, it left a bone-deep gash on his chest. Blood splattered everywhere. The Golden Lion King's reaction speed had clearly slowed down after being wounded by the diamond chakram. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been struck. He retreated while roaring. His golden hair was stained with blood, and his face was full of anger and apprehension. It was too dangerous just now. He had almost died to the diamond chakram. This made him go mad with anger. Kill! Chu Feng controlled the flying sword and slashed out once again. At the same time, he used a special breathing technique to recover the mysterious energy within his body. He flew up and attacked forward. He wanted to take advantage of the Golden Lion King's injuries to take his life. He didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for using such a powerful killing weapon like the diamond chakram. It couldn't be considered an unfair victory because the other party's realm was much higher than his. Roar! The Lion King let out a terrifying roar. At this moment, he was incomparably decisive and actually turned to flee. His injuries were too severe and the right side of his body had almost fallen off. He was afraid that he would die here if the battle continued. Heroic spirit and face couldn't restrict him at all. He didn't care about these things and simply ran away. Everyone was dumbfounded. The intimidating Lion King was actually running away, just like that. Chu Feng controlled the flying sword and delivered the final blow. With a puff, it left a deep wound on the Lion King's back. Blood splattered everywhere, and the wound was so deep that bones could be seen. Very soon, the Lion King had left the flying sword attack range and disappeared. Chu Feng didn't give chase and immediately found the diamond chakram. At this time, the Dole King, Panther King, and the others were all frightened out of their wits. Where do you think you're going? Chu Feng once again shot out the diamond chakram. It broke through the sound barrier and struck the Panther King's back, causing him to explode on the spot and die a violent death. The remaining king-level entities didn't dare to stay any longer and fled like madmen. The other kings were all indescribably shaken and dumbfounded. They had personally witnessed this battle and were all petrified. If news of this battle were to spread to the outside world, it would surely cause a huge commotion. That was the Lion King known to be undefeated within the same realm. Yet he was actually forced to flee from the sacred medicinal garden and almost lost his life. I'm begging for subscriptions and monthly tickets. Chapter 165. The Lion King had escaped with heavy injuries. His right arm and half of his body had almost been severed by the diamond chakram. This scene shook the entire Vatican. Am I seeing things? The one covered in blood and escaping at the sound barrier was the African Lion King. Many people along the way were wide-eyed. In the depths of the holy medicinal garden, Chu Feng picked up the white diamond chakram. There was not a single trace of blood on it. It was lustrous and translucent, like the work of a master artist. On the ground, the leopard king's body had been torn into pieces. It had died a miserable death. At present, there were only a few king-level entities here. None of them spoke. All of them had been subdued. Even the Lion King, with 4 severed shackles, had been defeated. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a demon king? What are you waiting for? Yellow Cattle was excited and transmitted his voice. It was time to reap the harvest. The divine trees in the garden were filled with brilliant fruits, causing people to drool with desire. Moo! The black yak had long since become impatient. With a roar, he rushed over excitedly and began to harvest the mutant fruits. Chu Feng held the diamond chakram in his hand. He was in no hurry to act. Instead, he glanced around at the remaining king-level entities. These people's hair stood on end. Their bodies were all tensed up. They were all extremely nervous. Who knew what Demon King Chu was planning? Who would be able to endure it if he attacked them? King Chu, there are dozens of divine trees here, enough for all of us to evolve together. Rest assured, we won't dare to offend you. A powerful beast race expert spoke, expressing his goodwill towards Chu Feng. He also tactfully indicated that he could choose some of the ancient trees first. To the conceited king-level entities, this could be considered a compromise. They really didn't want to provoke this Demon King Chu because the shiny ring-shaped weapon in his hand was too terrifying. Who was the Lion King? He was known to be peerless within the same realm. He had always swept through his opponents as easily as crushing dry weeds. He had never been defeated since he was born. Of course, this was excluding peerless experts with 6 severed shackles. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a tyrannical king who could sweep through all the beast kings? This was definitely a ruthless fellow. Chu Feng nodded. It was enough to intimidate them. He moved quickly and leaped onto an ancient tree. Huh! The black yak was delighted and excited. It was like a cow chewing on a peony. He ate several fruits and even bit off a bowl-sized flower bud. His mouth was full of multicolored light. The fragrance of fruits assailed the nostrils. Flower buds bloomed. All sorts of multicolored lights flowed about, and a pure and holy mist suffused the air. It was simply like heaven. Strange, there's no taste at all. The black yak recalled the taste and rubbed his belly. He didn't feel full. Rich spiritual essence surged within the sacred medicinal garden. This place was brightly colored, as if they had arrived in a world of legends. Ancient trees took root here one after another, releasing holy light. Yellow Cattle's movements were very skillful and agile. It opened its mouth and bit a golden peach into its mouth, swallowing it in 2 or 3 bites. Then he rushed to the front of a purple vine, plucked the only fruit on it that was the size of an infant's fist, and put it into his mouth. How strange. It lacks flavor. Yellow Ox was doubtful. According to the records in the book, such a purple fruit should have a terrifying medicinal effect. However, it was very bland after entering his mouth. Apart from being fragrant, it didn't even have the sweetness of the fruit. He was moving quickly, jumping from one ancient tree to another. He was sniffing a flower that was blooming with blue light and circulating a special breathing technique. What's going on? This time, Yellow Cattle was even more puzzled. The flower looked extremely extraordinary. It was a translucent dark blue with hundreds of beams of multicolored light. It was so bright that one couldn't open their eyes. However, when it actually absorbed the pollen, it wasn't as smooth as expected. Only a small amount of blue light entered its nose and mouth. Yellow Cattle was bewildered. He switched to another ancient tree, but this happened several times in a row. He knew something was wrong, and this time, the problem wasn't small. On the other side, Chu Feng was also suspicious. The fragrance of the flowers assailed the nostrils. A dense mist was rising, and the multicolored light was boundless. The fragrance penetrated the heart and refreshed the mind. It made people feel as if they were about to leave the earth and ascend to heaven. However, The amount of effective substance absorbed was very limited when it came into contact with the flowers. Boom! Chufeng's speed was extremely fast. He traversed over 100 meters and landed on the ground, sending rocks and soil flying everywhere. Several king-level entities in the vicinity immediately moved out of the way. He had his eyes on an ancient tree that was completely red like an agate. There were a few dazzling flower buds on its branches that were about to bloom. They were curled up in scarlet clouds and suffused with a red mist. It seemed to be a divine flower. Chu Feng circulated his special breathing technique. All the pores on his body relaxed as he absorbed the red pollen. However, only a few strands flew out of the flowers. Yellow cattle, something's wrong here. Chu Feng flew away with a swoosh. He arrived in front of yellow cattle and revealed a doubtful expression. Under normal circumstances, the scarlet flowers that were as big as the mouth of a bowl and were overflowing with colorful light would definitely contain astonishing medicinal effects. It would be enough for Chu Feng to evolve. However, he discovered that he had only absorbed a small amount of the pollen. There weren't many effective substances in the flowers. There's indeed a problem. This place has magnified our sense of smell. The fragrance of the flowers isn't as strong as it used to be. Even our vision has been deceived. Yellow Cattle's expression was solemn. The black yak also rushed over, cursing incessantly. He had eaten a bellyful of fruits and was almost stuffed. However, the effects weren't as great as he had imagined. Yellow Cattle was bewildered and said, "I've always felt that it was strange. The deepest parts of Kunlun and the pilgrimage grounds have yet to fully recover. How come there are hundreds of divine trees in the Vatican that are blossoming and bearing fruit one step ahead of us? Now, it seems that something's wrong. There's still a certain amount of effect. I feel that I can also evolve if I eat hundreds of these fruits." The black yak said, "Under normal circumstances, only one or two of these seemingly blooming flowers and fruits would be enough for him to evolve. That was because they were simply too divine. But now, the situation was completely different. He actually needed hundreds of them. There's indeed a certain amount of effect, but there's definitely a big problem here. This is the last harvest. We have to leave immediately." Yellow Cattle's little face was solemn. The next moment, Chu Feng and the other two broke through the sound barrier at a speed akin to thunder as they traversed the area frantically. The black yak stuffed every fruit he saw into his mouth and nibbled on every flower petal he saw. He was like a glutton as he chewed his way through the area and even swallowed some branches. Chu Feng circulated his breathing technique with all his might as he weaved through the area. He paused briefly in front of every translucent flower bud and then left. That was because there were only a few wisps of light floating up and being absorbed by him. I ate a mutant fruit with strong medicinal effects." The black yak was pleasantly surprised. He felt his whole body boiling and his blood boiling. However, after calming down, this made them even more suspicious and uneasy. Phew! The brilliant mist pervaded the air. Chu Feng also found a flower bud in the depths of the ancient forest. Its effects were astonishing. He was drowned in the dense mist and had no time to slowly absorb it. He immediately plucked the flower bud and put it in his mouth before rushing to the next area. "What's that?" Chu Feng and the other two rushed to the depths of the sacred medicinal garden and saw two hazy barriers in front of them. Within one of the barriers, there were a number of ancient trees with humanoid creatures hanging from them. It looked like they were bearing fruit. Chu Feng and the others didn't touch the barrier because they felt it was too dangerous. The other was a small barrier, silvery and transparent. There was a small, brightly colored tree within it. It was resplendent and incomparably divine. What kind of tree was this? There was also a special barrier protecting it. The three stared at it intently, but soon they revealed astonished expressions. There were beads of blood rolling on the leaves of the brightly colored tree. They were sparkling and translucent, accompanied by scarlet clouds. Although beautiful, it was also terrifying. There seemed to be something buried under the soil at the base of the tree. Upon closer inspection, They were horrified to find that there were king-level scales and feathers exposed. That's... The Black Yak's eyes went round, and he felt his scalp go numb. In the past, the Black Yak had mentioned several times that he knew a beast king who had long since arrived at the Vatican to fight for fortunes and opportunities. He had even asked for his help. Who would have thought that in just a short period of time, an old friend of his would be buried here? Clearly, he was dead. I was wondering why I didn't see them at the Divine City. The Black Yak's expression was solemn. He then stared at a certain place and saw a piece of lustrous white flesh. Don't tell me that the nose of the Indian White Raja. He was shocked. The White Raja was absolutely terrifying. Could it be that he had also died here? It's very similar to what was recorded in the ancient books. Feeding on rare blood, this tree is very strange. Not good, let's go. Yellow Cow's expression changed as he thought of something. The next moment, they fled for their lives. Boom! The air exploded as if thunder had fallen from the heavens. Chu Feng and the other two had reached the limits of their physical endurance and were running at a speed far beyond their normal limits. They were just like the Lion King not long ago, fleeing with all their might. At this time, even more king-level entities had arrived at the medicinal garden. They stared at the flower buds and fruits on the divine tree with blazing eyes. Then, all of them roared and rushed forward. Danger, run! Chu Feng and the other two roared in warning. It was safest for everyone to escape together. If something unexpected happened, they would be able to take care of each other. Now, the three of them had already guessed that this was a terrifying trap. Perhaps many kings would die without a burial ground. Run. No matter how loudly they roared, no one paid them any heed. Some experts looked at them as if they were looking at idiots. They had left so many divine fruits and buds behind, and now they wanted to run? They must be sick in the head. Only the king-level entities who had entered with Chu Feng and the others were alarmed. They had long since felt that something was amiss. They had eaten many mutant fruits, but the medicinal effects weren't ideal. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They followed suit and ran. Within the Divine City, Schiller was laughing merrily. He was incomparably benevolent as he stood on top of a church and gazed at the medicinal garden. His eyes flickered with resplendent light as his aged body surged with waves of holy light. He was known as the Last Knight with 6 severed shackles. He was one of the most powerful existences in the world. Moreover, as an elder of the Holy See, few understood the Vatican better than he did. The Arctic King was also present. His white hair hung loosely behind him as he stood on top of the church, bathing in the holy light. He revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth with a terrifying smile. This was completely different from his usual amiable and approachable temperament. It has begun. Schiller smiled. He became increasingly holy and auspicious as his entire body was submerged in the holy light. In the depths of the medicinal garden, even the Silver Wolf King and the Undead Phoenix King had killed their way in. They had already subdued one of the Holy Sea's signature weapons. The experts of different races were all roaring. The medicinal garden was boiling with excitement as they fought over the fortunes and fortunes. However, without a sound, many ancient trees within the medicinal garden disappeared into the ground. There were only a few trees left in the area, and it was no longer as holy as before. This caused everyone to be stunned. Silver light lingered in the air as a 3-meter-tall tree emerged from the ground. It was surrounded by silver lightning and emitted a terrifying aura. At this moment, the Undead Phoenix King's entire body was covered in raging flames. Her body tensed up as she spread her wings in an attempt to escape. But it was too late. There were over 10 fruits growing on the silver tree. Some of them fell off and flew in all directions. A walnut tree? The ordinary beast kings were bewildered. They didn't sense the danger because this place had rendered their divine instincts useless. The Vatican was a holy land that had been shrouded in myths and legends since ancient times. That silvery white tree was indeed a walnut tree, but had long since transformed to an unimaginable level of terror. At this time, the silver walnuts fell off and exploded in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying silver mushroom clouds rose one after another. The energy was terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 166. Who would have thought that their joyous entry into the medicinal garden would lead to such a shocking turn of events? The group of beast kings roared in anger. Their bodies glowed as they exerted all the energy in their bodies to protect themselves and escape at the same time. However, it was too late. The moment the silver walnut fell, it exploded. It was enough to destroy mountains and evaporate rivers. It was incomparably ferocious. Suddenly, the silver energy surged and shot into the sky. Mushroom clouds bloomed one after another, creating a beautiful scene from afar. However, this was cruel. The silver clouds carried blood blossoming one after another, becoming a ghastly embellishment. Some of the beast kings roared in anger, but to no avail. They were quickly torn to shreds. This silver energy was too terrifying. It wasn't a true nuclear bomb, but its power was enough to make the beast kings tremble in fear. There was no way to block it. That walnut tree was too mysterious and possessed unparalleled destructive power. It only had a weak will, but the fruits it bore were terrifying to the extreme. This was a sacred battle tree that obeyed orders and had just begun to awaken. A total of 10 fruits fell from the tree, flying in all directions and exploding at the same time. The entire pocket dimension was covered in a boundless silver radiance. The sound was even more terrifying than thunder from the 9 heavens. King-level blood splattered everywhere within the sacred medicinal garden. Even though the king-level entities were capable of withstanding guided missiles, they were still unable to withstand this attack. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the silver energy swept past, causing them to fall like straws. They were unable to defend themselves. Their glowing bodies were pierced through and shattered into pieces. There were countless casualties. How splendid! The Vatican hasn't bathed in such spirit blood for many years. This place is too holy, Schiller commented. He stood in the distance with a gentle smile on his face. Strands of radiance seeped out from his pores as his aura grew stronger. That was because he was ready for battle. The myriad spirit blood medicine is finally ripe. The Arctic King spoke with a cruel smile. His white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. He glanced at Schiller and said, "So many beast kings of different races have died. It's time for that multicolored tree to grow. I can't wait any longer." This was a trap, one that contained shocking, killing intent. The Vatican's so-called opportunities, the tree full of divine fruits, were simply not good enough. There were indeed flower buds that could allow one to evolve, but they were few and far between. Moreover, it was useless against experts of their level. All of this was to lure the kings here. Schiller was known as the world's last knight, with a kind smile on his face. But in the end, he was so ruthless. He understood the Vatican and knew its secrets. He worked together with the Arctic King and the Black Dragon King to set up a heaven-shaking ambush. He needed the blood of various kings to water a mysterious plant. That was a precious medicine that could truly allow him to continuously evolve. "Old man, is this the beginning or the end? You won't plot against me too, will you?" The Arctic King suddenly turned around and looked at Schiller. Schiller's origins were mysterious. He was known as the last knight of light of the Holy See, but in the eyes of the King of the North Pole, calling him a knight of darkness was more appropriate. "You're worrying too much. Let's get ready for battle. Some people definitely won't die. We'll need you and me to take action," Schiller said. "I hope we're just overthinking things. But the Holy See has always been unfathomable. How could they only have a knight like you who has fallen into darkness?" The Black Dragon King also appeared. "Even in the light, there's always a shadow behind us. Whose path is different?" Schiller was bathed in radiance. "Don't worry. I'll cooperate with you with sincerity. I'll trust you for now." The Black Dragon King said, "Look further ahead. One famed mountain, one path. One day the world will change." At that time, so what if those people come? We've already risen to prominence and are innately undefeatable. So what if they have ancient divine techniques? Schiller spoke. His aura became terrifying as a divine radiance rushed towards the sky. The sacred medicinal garden belongs to us. With the opening of the boundary, we'll have everything. Boom! Within the sacred medicinal garden, the final explosion of the silver walnut had finally ended. The mushroom cloud dispersed. At this time, not to mention the ordinary king-level entities, even the undead phoenix fell from the sky. The peerless expert with 6 severed shackles was bleeding profusely. Her black wings were full of scars and bloodstains, especially the rusty great sword on her body, which was now glowing with a peerless divine radiance, slashed towards the undead phoenix with great ferocity. It was precisely in order to subdue the Holy Sea's signature weapon that she had arrived so late. Otherwise, she might have been able to discover the problem with the mutant fruits. In the end, such an unforeseen event occurred as soon as she got close to the divine tree area. Even the sword was suffering a backlash. Roar! On the other side, the Silver Moon Wolf King howled at the sky in a resplendent white light. He was also in a miserable state. His body was covered in blood, and there was a bloody hole in his chest. One of his arms hung limply at his side. This was a peerless expert. Even though he stood at the top of the pyramid, he was still wounded by the explosion of the silver walnut, and his body was covered in wounds. The Wolf King's blood flowed with a resplendent radiance. His eyes shot out a piercing silver light as he held a spear in his other hand. His arm was trembling violently. At this time, the 2 peerless experts understood that this was a trap prepared to kill them. There were experts hiding outside the sacred medicinal garden, ready to deal the final blow. Clang! The rusty great sword and the lightning-like spear in the hands of the undead phoenix and the Silver Moon Wolf King emitted a resplendent holy radiance that illuminated the entire small world. Puffed! They coughed up blood one after the other and finally threw down their weapons. It was like drawing water with a wicker basket. They could not suppress the mysterious weapon at all. Swoosh! They decisively turned around and left. Outside the sacred medicinal garden, the entire divine city was glowing with boundless energy that resisted the destructive power of the silver walnut explosion. Even now, the divine city was still suffused with a holy aura that blocked the aftermath. It was said that during the most glorious era of the Holy See 1 or 2,000 years ago, this city was like this every day. It was always peaceful and bright, day and night. Schiller was laughing in the cathedral. Although he was old, his body was ramrod straight and enveloped in holy light. It's time for us to take action. His curly hair was glowing intensely and resplendently. The wrinkles on his face were like metallic veins as he exuded a powerful aura. At this moment, he was like a holy knight from ancient times. With a single step, the void trembled violently as he arrived on the street. With a loud clang, he blocked the Silver Moon Wolf King's attack with a greatsword in hand. The Wolf King's speed was astonishing. He was accompanied by a resplendent energy as he stretched out a large claw that almost tore the heaven and earth apart. As a peerless expert with 6 severed shackles, there was no need to doubt his strength. While maintaining his human form, he had transformed into a wolf claw that was shockingly large, enough to cover a small mountain. This was an ability that was close to divine. However, Schiller wore a calm smile on his face. He wasn't afraid at all. The greatsword in his hand was extremely dazzling as a beam of light shot towards the heavens. He slashed forward with all his might, aiming to chop off the Wolf King's claw. Clang! A sound even more terrifying than thunder erupted from his place and reverberated in all directions. Within the sacred medicinal garden, a small number of king-level entities that hadn't died had just clambered up when the 2 peerless experts unleashed their earth-shattering attacks. Their bodies swayed and once again collapsed into a pool of blood. The all-out attack from the 2 experts was exceptionally terrifying. It was as if 2 suns had exploded. With them at the center, a silver wave swept out in all directions, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Thump! The Wolf King was sent flying. Many wounds had opened up on his body, and blood was flowing freely. It wasn't that his strength was inferior to his opponents, but rather that the injuries he had suffered in the medicinal garden were too severe. Roar! The Silver Moon Wolf King roared. In the blink of an eye, the entire space seemed to have frozen. Schiller was momentarily dazed, his body and spirit somewhat rigid. This was an ability the Wolf King had obtained after severing a certain shackle. He transformed into a bolt of white lightning and charged forward. Of course, he didn't forget to swipe at Schiller's neck. Schiller was very strong. As a peerless expert, it was impossible for him to be killed in such a manner. At the last moment, the greatsword crossed the air and blocked the incoming claw. Swoosh! The Silver Moon Wolf King didn't fight to the death with him. He directly charged forward, causing the air to explode on the street. The Wolf King's speed was simply too fast, several times the speed of sound. At their level, who could force him into such a state? The explosion of the silver walnut had broken one of his arms and pierced through his chest. Wolf King, you can't escape. Schiller was not in a hurry. He chased after the Wolf King at a leisurely pace. He looked relaxed, but his speed was frighteningly fast. At the very least, he hadn't lost the Silver Moon Wolf King and was even closing in on him. Old man, be careful. Don't throw your life away, the Arctic King said. He jumped down from the church and stood outside the sacred medicinal garden. There's a big fish inside. Don't let him escape. Schiller's voice came from afar, warning the Arctic King. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion was heard from the sky. Two figures had appeared. One was a gigantic black dragon, and the other was a black phoenix, its entire body glowing with black light. It was as if a legend had come to life. The black dragon and the undead phoenix were locked in an intense battle. The sky was filled with draconic energy and black flames. They were fighting to the death. Chi! The undead phoenix coughed up blood and fled in a certain direction. The black dragon was in hot pursuit. Old man, don't hide. We already knew you were here, the Arctic King said towards the bloody ruins of the sacred medicinal garden. An old man stood up from the pile of corpses. He was coughing and covered in blood. Two terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes. This was an expert with 6 severed shackles. In truth, the Vatican had a total of 6 experts. This person had been lying in wait all this time, but in the end, he was still discovered by Schiller. Kill! The old man didn't reveal his true form. He rushed over with a loud roar, wanting to kill his way out. Boom! An intense battle erupted. This was a showdown between peerless experts. The old man was wounded and stained with blood. His chest had already been split open and almost disintegrated under the bombardment of the silver walnut tree. Swoosh! Finally, he found an opportunity to escape. The Arctic King laughed coldly as he followed behind. From time to time, he would unleash a terrifying blast of energy, causing the old man to cough up blood continuously. The Vatican had quieted down. The entire sacred medicinal garden was covered in blood. The Beast King's fur, scales, and broken bones were strewn everywhere. Not many had survived. It's time for us to take action. Let's finish them off. It was at this time that a few men and women clad in radiant armor appeared. They were all king-level entities and were rushing towards the sacred medicinal garden. Among them was a Vidus who had once led them around the city to familiarize themselves with the various places. Not far away, the Jilin King also appeared with a number of experts. He had been summoned back from the medicinal garden by the black dragon at the last moment. Only then did he realize how dangerous this place was. Following which, the Arctic King's subordinates also appeared. Puffed, puffed, puffed. These people entered the medicinal garden and would finish off any living being they saw. Regardless of whether they were alive or not, they were decisive and calm. Hundreds of meters underground, Chu Feng, the yellow cattle, and the black yak were covered in wounds. Even though they had dug frantically, they were still injured by the energy of the silver walnuts. Their advantage over the others was that they had discovered something was amiss. They originally wanted to escape in one go, but in the end, they were too late. At the last moment, Chu Feng used the diamond chakram to pierce through the ground. They rushed down and dug frantically. Only then did they manage to survive. What is this? A diamond? It's so big. The black yak dug out a scarlet crystal the size of an infant's fist from the wound on his buttocks. God damn it, it hurts so much. You actually have more. The black yak cursed. There were several of these stones in the wound on his buttocks. Yellow Cattle's eyes widened as he snatched it. Chapter 167. Hundreds of meters underground, the black yak grimaced in pain as he dug out another rhombus-shaped crystal from the wound on his butt. He was so angry that he wanted to curse out loud. He had dug out a total of 4 since the beginning. This is infuriating. He was so angry that white smoke was coming out of his nostrils. He had almost been killed by the silver walnut and was covered in wounds. He was so unlucky even after escaping into the depths of the earth. Yellow Cattle took the red crystal and began to study it. The item was simply too resplendent with lingering scarlet clouds. It was like a cut diamond sparkling under the sun. Chu Feng looked at the black yak's embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but want to laugh. This is mutant soil, but it has been nourished by the spirit blood of experts in the past. It contains an astonishing amount of life energy. Yellow Cattle whispered. Can we absorb it? Chu Feng whispered. No. Yellow Cattle shook his head. The black yak was immediately disappointed. His dark face was filled with resentment. However, Yellow Cattle's eyes were still bright and excited. He said, there must be divine roots here. These crystals were laid down by someone. Perhaps we'll find something if we dig all the way. He told the two that this item was specially used to cultivate divine plants. The 3 carefully dug into the soil behind the black yaks, but found a few beautiful and resplendent red crystals. Chu Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He put them away because he felt that they would be very useful to the seed in the stone box. They dug all the way, moving rapidly underground in search of divine roots. The direction is wrong. According to the layout of the ground, I think we should dig north. Yellow Cattle whispered because he had thought of that small tree. They were in no hurry to escape. They didn't want to leave. The sacred medicinal garden was a complete mess. Horns, feathers, and bones were strewn with blood. More than 80% of the beast kings had been killed. This was a tragedy that would have far-reaching effects. It was destined to shake the entire world. You guys are so ruthless. One of the beast kings was still alive, but he couldn't move. All 4 of his limbs were missing, and the lower half of his body had disappeared. The Jilin king walked over and swung his snow-white longsword, decapitating it without the slightest hesitation. As a fellow human, please save me. Not far away, a human king was lying on the ground. His body was riddled with holes, and his blood stained the ground red. He looked at Avidus with a look of longing. Avidus, clad in radiant armor, walked over with his sword in hand. Without saying a word, he swung his resplendent sword and chopped off his head. You are all devils. Why are you treating us like this? A king-level entity shouted in despair. Regardless of whether they were begging or cursing, they were all mercilessly killed. Avidus and the Jilin king were cold and merciless. They didn't care about them at all and directly dealt the finishing blows. Blood flowed and the ground glowed faintly. Strand after strand of blood converged and extended towards the depths of the sacred medicinal garden. After the creatures in this area died, the spiritual blood automatically condensed and emitted brilliance, as if it was being summoned by something. In the depths of the sacred medicine garden, a small boundary reappeared. Inside was a bright and resplendent little tree. It emerged from underground and once again appeared on the surface. Blood and other things gathered toward its roots. At this time, a bird king woke up. Its whole body was in intense pain. After seeing the scene of carnage, it ignited its own essence blood and rushed into the air in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, its speed was too slow. The Jilin king hurled out a snow-white saber and pierced through its head. It immediately let out a miserable shriek and fell to the ground. The sacred medicinal garden was a scene of blood. Even the surviving king-level entities couldn't escape the fate of being dealt the finishing blow. In the end, the place became completely silent. Corpses were piled up everywhere. It looked like hell, and the sacred medicinal garden was dyed scarlet. "Where's that human?" the Jilin king asked. He had a head of long scarlet hair and a face like suet jade. He was handsome, but also cold. He stood amidst the corpses with a murderous look. He was looking for Chu Feng, but couldn't find any corpses. At this level, even if he had been blasted into pieces by the silver walnuts, there should still be some remains. There's a fish that slipped through the net. In truth, the others were also frowning. They had already begun to move out of the medicinal garden and began a carpet search. "There's one here," someone shouted. Even under such circumstances, there were still some experts who managed to survive and sneak into the divine city to escape. Now they had been discovered. "Kill!" Avidus took large strides and chased after them personally with the radiant sword in hand. Sounds of battle could be heard in the distance. Sword light shot into the sky. "There's one over there too." The Jilin king heard the news and also chased after them. The ground of the medicinal garden was littered with corpses. It was like a scene from hell at dusk, causing people to tremble in fear. Apart from select few, more than 90% of the kings had died here. This was bound to shock the world. Hundreds of meters underground, Chu Feng and the others dug all the way. Following the direction of the ground, they actually headed towards the location of the little tree. Along the way, Chu Feng found dozens of crystals on his body, emitting dense vitality. This delighted him greatly. We can't dig any further." A mysterious energy pervaded the air in front of them, forming a barrier of light. "There's even a barrier underground in this damn place. We can't go in," the black yak cursed. Right now, they were definitely in a dangerous situation, but they were still not flustered. "I still want to do something big." The black yak was dissatisfied. "Continue digging." They quickly took action around this place, digging out a large barrier of light, searching for a weak point, hoping to break through. Ding! Chu Feng's flying sword was obstructed by an extremely hard object while digging. A broken spear had pierced through the barrier and was embedded there. Apart from that, there were also a number of arrows embedded in the barrier. A battle had taken place here in the past, and these weapons had pierced through the barrier. "The Vatican is truly mysterious," Chu Feng commented. "This is a part of the sacred medicinal garden. The barrier is protecting a certain sacred tree. Actually, when the world recovers, there will be more than one tree in the depths of the garden. There will be other barriers," Yellow Cattle informed. We might be able to go in." The barrier that had been pierced by the weapons was extremely unstable. No one had come underground for thousands of years, and the barrier had always been pierced by the weapons. Swoosh! In the end, they actually managed to squeeze through the barrier and successfully set foot in the mysterious Pure Land. "Be careful, don't go the wrong way. We'll be in big trouble if we encounter those ancient trees with angels growing on them." That was because they had seen two small barriers in the depths of the sacred medicinal garden, and one of them was extremely dangerous. "We've dug up a withered root." The black yak was bewildered. There was a giant root within this barrier. It was completely withered and devoid of vitality. Who knew how many tens of thousands of years it had been buried here? Yellow Cattle's expression was solemn as he said, "This is the true root of a sacred tree." The three of them surrounded it and kept digging. In the end, they saw a snow-white root connected to this withered and huge main root, extending towards the ground. During this process, Chu Feng had collected hundreds of red crystals. The pouch he carried with him was almost full. They followed the snow-white root upwards and finally broke through the soil layer. They smelled fresh air and an astonishing fragrance. At the same time, they felt their hair stand on end. There were blood, scales, horns, and feathers in the soil. It's indeed that brightly colored little tree. There was a dazzling little tree on the ground. The entire tree was sparkling and translucent. At this time, they were very close to it and could see flower buds growing on it. What a pity it's too small. The black yak swallowed his saliva. There were 5 flower buds on it, each of them the size of a longan fruit. It seemed as though they had just grown not too long ago and were still some time away from blooming. It's growing bigger. The 3 were astonished. The flower buds on the brightly colored little tree were swaying and growing bigger. Although the speed wasn't very fast, it was indeed a transformation. Blood. They could feel the blood in the soil being absorbed by the little tree. At the same time, they cautiously sized up the surroundings. Through the barrier, they could vaguely see piles of corpses in the distance. They were immediately horrified. So many king-level entities had died. This was going to shatter the heavens. The whole world was going to be shaken. This won't do. This place is too dangerous. We can be discovered at any time. We have to leave quickly, Chu Feng said. But the flower is still growing. The black yak's eyes were almost emitting green light. This trip to the Vatican had caused him to have a bellyful of pent-up anger. Originally, he wanted to seize the fortune, but found out that it was all a scam. Not only did he fail to pick the true divine fruit, but he also almost lost his life here. The flower buds are also effective. These are produced by the holy tree and have been watered with all kinds of spiritual blood. The medicinal effects are terrifying, Yellow Cattle said. He also felt that it was too dangerous to wait any longer. It was better to pick the 5 flower buds immediately and run away without caring about the consequences. The black yak was unwilling to give up. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Wait a bit more. Every time the flower buds grow a bit, the medicinal effects will increase. Perhaps we can sever more than 2 shackles in one go." In truth, although Yellow Cattle and Chu Feng wanted to leave rationally, they couldn't move their feet. They really wanted to see the little tree's flower buds bloom. If possible, they wanted to wait for a long time after absorbing the pollen. They wanted to see it bear fruit before picking it too. Unfortunately, they didn't have that much time to wait. The so-called holy tree is actually a wisp of vitality emerging from a withered main root. Chu Feng asked, "All the famous mountains and ancient trees in the world are like this. The so-called holy tree is only in its initial stages of recovery. Its medicinal effects can't compare to a mature tree, but it's enough for the evolution of the current species," Yellow Cattle said. Miserable cries could be heard from the distant divine city. The sounds of battle had completely disappeared. "This won't do. Let's pick it. It'll be too late if we don't leave now," Chu Feng said. "Those people would definitely return a while." Chapter 168. There were countless corpses piled up in the sacred medicinal garden. It was a ghastly sight. The Jilin king, Avidus, and the others had returned from the divine city. They carried large swords and gleaming sabers, the edges of which were stained with blood. Apparently, the king-level entities who had been discovered could not escape and had been killed by them. "Let's go." No matter how unwilling the black yak was, he had no other choice. He immediately began to pluck the 5 flower buds from above. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late. The 5 flower buds were extremely resplendent. As they fell, auspicious clouds blossomed and divine light shot out one after another, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Swoosh! The 3 disappeared into the soil and immediately escaped. They fled along the path they had come from. Even though many places were blocked by soil and rocks, it couldn't stop their footsteps. Chu Feng used his flying sword to clear the way as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. They successfully passed through the boundary and dug hundreds of meters underground. They were prepared to escape from the Vatican through the underground. However, before long, they felt a headache coming on as they found that this path was blocked. A divine radiance was emitting a majestic power, blocking their way. That was the foundation of the divine city. It was simply too majestic. There was a boundary there protecting the underground structures. "Dig down." The 3 ferociously dug down, but they found that the boundary was shockingly large. More and more stone tablets appeared, carved with many diagrams. According to these stone inscriptions, There might be something sealed below. Chu Feng was shocked. The boundary beneath the divine city was huge, and there were also stone tablets warning people of the future. It made people feel uneasy. What do we do? Do we have to escape through the ground? The black yak had a headache. He then began to divide the 5 flower buds. First, he took one for each of them. The resplendent light illuminated the underground world. There were still 2 left. The black yak was prepared to split them evenly. Forget it. You 2 can take 2 each. I only need 1. Of course, the red crystals will belong to me, Chu Feng said. Are you sure you don't want it? The black yak suspected that this item was priceless. Perhaps one more flower bud could allow one to evolve once more. This was a matter of great importance. Even if they were blood-related brothers, there was no need to decline at this moment. This was something that everyone had obtained together, so it should be shared equally. Yellow Ox knew what Chu Feng was going to do with those red crystals. Its eyes were burning with passion. It really wanted to see if these red crystals could help that seed to sprout again. In the end, Yellow Cattle made the decision and said, "Let's split it like this. You and I will each get 2, and Chu Feng will get 1 plus the red crystal. Don't worry, he won't be at a disadvantage. Who knows, he might even be able to plant a holy tree." The black yak was very straightforward after hearing this. He immediately split the flower bud and stuffed his 2 into his mouth, swallowing them just like that. Yellow cattle were no exception. They were chewed as soon as they were put into their mouths. If they didn't swallow it immediately and someone caught up with it and snatched it away, their efforts would be in vain. Chu Feng held the flower bud in his mouth, and his mouth was filled with a sweet fragrance. His mouth and nose were emitting multicolored light, and his whole body was sparkling. He hurriedly circulated his special breathing technique to absorb the pollen in order to accelerate the transformation and evolution of his constitution. Momentarily, the 3 of them were blossoming with auspicious light, which then returned to their bodies. A hazy mist enshrouded their bodies, and all their pores opened up. One could clearly see that their bodies were excreting an indescribable substance, which gushed out along with their sweat. It was an extremely intense process. Now, the 3 of them were somewhat hesitant. Should they hide here and wait for an opportunity, or should they flee immediately? Let's go. Didn't you see? 90% of those king-level entities are dead. Schiller is too terrifying. It's too dangerous for us to stay here, Chu Feng said. Although they were hiding underground, they could still hear the roars from above. They knew that the mastermind had gone to hunt down the Silver Moon Wolf King and the others. Perhaps this was their only chance to escape while the peerless experts were gone. Otherwise, once Schiller returned, his divine instincts with 6 severed shackles would be able to discover them immediately. Let's go. We'll evolve along the way, the black yak said decisively. Finally, they dug through the soil and rocks at the edge of the sacred medicinal garden and poked their heads out. The stench of blood assailed their nostrils, and a large pile of corpses lay nearby. It was a tragic sight to behold. Any one of these creatures was enough to annihilate an entire city. They were terrifyingly powerful, but so many of them had died here. There were at least 100 of them, perhaps even more. It was easy to imagine what kind of earthquake would occur in the outside world. These experts had come from all over the world, and the impact would be too great. It could even be considered a tsunami that would engulf the entire world. "Run," Yellow Cattle whispered, taking advantage of the fact that those people had entered the depths of the sacred medicinal garden. They crawled out from the pile of corpses like ghosts and entered the divine city. Then they began to run madly. Of course, they didn't dare to exceed the speed of sound for fear of alarming those people. Only when they had rushed out of the divine city and entered the primitive mountains did they start to run madly, surpassing the speed of sound. The landscape around the Vatican had changed greatly. It was now completely covered in primitive mountains, just like in prehistoric times. Chu Feng and the others fled all the way toward the airport, 800 kilometers away. They were as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning, emitting terrifying sonic booms. This kind of speed couldn't be maintained for long. Even king-level entities wouldn't be able to withstand it. After running for 400 kilometers, they felt their bodies boiling and their blood boiling. They quickly slowed down. At this time, the energy contained in the flower bud was being released, accelerating the evolution of their physique and healing the wounds on their bodies. The blood in my body isn't hot anymore. I can run at supersonic speed again. The black yak was pleasantly surprised. This kind of intense exercise seemed to be able to accelerate the absorption of the pollen and accelerate the evolution. Suddenly, the three stopped at the same time. They hadn't even increased their speed when they heard the sound of thunder and beast roars in the distance. The three felt their hair stand on end as they sensed danger. They climbed up a mountain peak and gazed into the distance. Standing on high ground, they could hear the sound of thunder reverberating through the air. It was much clearer than before. In the distance, there was a brilliant white light blossoming. There was a giant wolf the size of a small mountain. Its entire body was stained with blood as it fought with someone. The Silver Moon Wolf King. The three were shocked. The Silver Moon Wolf King was in a miserable state. He had reverted to his true form, but one of his front legs had been chopped off. Blood was dripping from his body as he roared in anger. His opponent was Schiller. He was wielding a large, resplendent sword. Every time he swung it, a divine radiance would shoot up into the sky. It was incomparably terrifying and had even shaved off 2 nearby mountains. "We're too unlucky." The black yak had a bitter expression on his face. They had actually chased after Schiller and the Silver Moon Wolf King all this way. This was simply courting death. Fortunately, the three had discovered this beforehand. If they were to run at supersonic speed, they would all be dead if Schiller saw them. No matter, it's probably safer. Who would have thought we'd be chasing after Schiller? We'll continue our journey after the battle is over, Chu Feng said. Yellow Cow nodded in agreement. In the distance, the Silver Moon Wolf King let out a long howl. He had used all his trump cards, but he still couldn't stop Schiller. He had suffered grave injuries in the medicinal garden. One of his arms was fractured and his chest had been pierced through. He was no match for Schiller at his peak. Roar! The Silver Moon Wolf King howled. His entire body was silvery white, as if he were made of metal. He was as tall as a small mountain, and every swing of his claws caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Even without a front leg, he was still incomparably agile. He leapt onto a large mountain and engaged in close combat with Schiller. Thump! The peak of the mountain was blasted apart by a single swipe of the Silver Moon Wolf King's claws. Unfortunately, Schiller had already leapt into the air and evaded the attack. He then leapt onto the opposite peak, as if he was flying. The two were engaged in an intense battle. Although the Silver Moon Wolf King was divine, it was still difficult for him to defy the heavens. Schiller was like an ancient holy knight. His entire body was emitting a holy radiance. The large sword in his hand was incomparably resplendent, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. His chest had been struck once again, causing blood to gush out. He was on the verge of death. "Schiller, you're going too far." The Silver Moon Wolf King howled in anger. A peerless expert with 6 severed shackles had actually fallen to such a state. With a crack, one bolt of lightning after another appeared in the air. The Silver Moon Wolf King was going all out. He was wrapped in lightning, and his speed had increased by a large margin. Roar! The heaven and earth shook. He was throwing caution to the wind. He was going to injure Schiller, even if it meant his life. It's over. The unrivaled Wolf King of the Mongolian steppe is going to die here today. The black yak sighed. The death of an expert of this level was enough to cause a huge earthquake. Today, the entire world was destined to tremble. Schiller emitted a holy radiance. With a final slash of his sword, the Silver Moon Wolf King's head fell to the ground, causing the forest to tremble violently. Fresh blood gushed out and dyed the ground red. A peerless expert had been slain. The Silver Moon Wolf King was one of the strongest experts in the world, but he had been decapitated just like that. Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, and the others were shaken. Their emotions were complicated. Boom! The Silver Moon Wolf King's headless corpse erupted with silver light. It was as if a silver sun had exploded, filling the sky with lightning. One particularly thick bolt struck toward Schiller. Thump! Schiller managed to avoid being hit in the vitals, but the thick bolt of lightning still managed to strike one of his legs. He let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. With one of his legs broken, Schiller staggered to the ground. This was the Silver Moon Wolf King's final counterattack before its death. Schiller's body glowed as he rested for a bit. He then picked up the Wolf King's corpse and rushed towards the Vatican. Chu Feng and the others were astonished. One had to know that Schiller had broken one of his legs and couldn't use much strength. Yet he was still able to reach the speed of sound and disappear into the forest. This Schiller is too powerful. The Silver Moon Wolf King was actually decapitated. The Black Yak sighed. Let's go. They left at top speed and rushed towards the airport hundreds of kilometers away. The sacred medicinal garden. Strange, I thought I saw a bud on the tree just now. How come it's gone now? Avidus muttered. He was observing the colorful little tree from outside the boundary. I've seen a bud before. It was very small, but it's gone now, a lady in radiant armor spoke. She was also a king-level expert. Oh no, Avidus was shocked. He then roared and ordered his men to search in all directions. Found it. There's blood here and a hole. The sharp-witted king-level experts finally found some clues. Don't tell me it's that Chu Feng. The Jilin king cried out involuntarily. He had been searching for this human all this time, but couldn't find his corpse. Chase! The king-level experts in the sacred medicinal garden were furious. They were about to chase after Chu Feng's group. In the distance, a holy light filled the air and emitted terrifying fluctuations. The Jilin king, Avidus, and the others couldn't help but tremble. Schiller appeared with the Wolf King's corpse in hand. He threw the Silver Moon Wolf King from afar and smashed it into the sacred medicinal garden with a bang. Sire, Avidus and the others were shaken. They immediately rushed over and saluted Schiller. Chu Feng's group rushed to the airport in one go. After careful investigation, they found that there was a flight to Greece. They boarded the plane using a special method. The spiritual fluctuations of the king-level experts were powerful and could easily hypnotize ordinary people. Only when the plane took off did they let out a sigh of relief. Strange, the evolution this time is very special. It's not over yet. My body is heating up. The yellow cow was suspicious. Moreover, it was in a daze and wanted to sleep. Chu Feng and the Black Yak were also in the same state. Very soon, they fell asleep on the plane. Not long after, a piece of news shook the entire world. The Vatican had piled up mountains of corpses. All the king-level experts who had gone there had been killed. This news was like a hole in the sky. Every place was shaken. Following that, the dozen or so passenger planes that took off from the nearest airport were all shot down. Not a single one was spared. Chapter 169. As the danger approached, Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, and the Black Yak were roused from their slumber. Their bodies tensed up involuntarily as goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Let's go. Chu Feng tore open the cabin with his bare hands and jumped down with the Black Yak in tow. Yellow Cattle followed closely behind. I don't have wings. The Black Yak cried out miserably. He couldn't fly and was met with a gale as soon as he opened his mouth, filling it with biting cold air. Boom! After they jumped down, a violent explosion came from above. The entire passenger plane immediately disintegrated into a huge ball of fire. Even from the ground, one could see the glaring flames. This was a man-made air disaster. A missile had flown over and directly struck the fuel tank of the passenger plane, causing it to explode in an instant and turn into a sea of flames. The scorching temperature was astonishing. After the plane disintegrated, it actually melted down. It was because a mushroom cloud erupted with that place as the center. It was boundlessly terrifying and horrifying to the extreme. The entire sky was distorting. Blazing light and the astonishing mushroom cloud soared up and swept in all directions. Chu Feng and the others were alerted in advance and immediately tore open the cabin to escape. However, they were still caught up in the shockwaves. The terrifying impact came crashing down like a tsunami. The three of them let out muffled groans at the same time as they were almost devoured by the blazing light. That missile was actually equipped with a nuclear warhead. This was specially prepared to kill King-level entities. The raging winds whistled as Chu Feng and the others fell to the ground. They felt the world spinning around them. Although they were far away from the center of the explosion, they were still caught up in the shockwaves. The three of them coughed up blood as their bodies were burned. "We almost died." Yellow Cattle's heart was palpitating. He turned back to look at the sky, where the blazing light was surging and a mushroom cloud was still wreaking havoc. "I'm seasick, airsick, and sick in the sky. I can't fly." The black yak was screaming and babbling nonsense because he was truly panicking. Even someone as valiant as him would die, without a doubt, if he fell from such a high place. He would immediately turn into a pile of mush. Chu Feng shook his head and finally came to his senses. The impact just now wasn't light, and he was somewhat muddle-headed. That was because he was holding the huge package in front of his chest, consuming a lot of mysterious energy to protect it. He was worried that it would be damaged and cause red crystals to scatter all over the sky. Fortunately, this was the old ancestors' yellow leather. Beast King-grade materials were naturally durable and did not suffer any damage. This was the Chinquin bag that Chu Feng had specially prepared before he came to the West. He was going to use it to store things. He completely regained his senses and began to utilize his spiritual arts. He shifted his body horizontally and once again grabbed the black yak. At the same time, he looked at Yellow Cattle and asked, "Can you do it?" "Just SOSO. I can still control myself," Yellow Cattle replied. After Chu Feng arrived at Kunlun, he lent the Scarlet Flying Sword to Yellow Cattle so that it could comprehend the Imperial Sword technique. Yellow Cattle was very talented and had very strong spiritual power. In the end, he also received the inheritance. However, according to Yellow Cattle, as long as the special breathing technique was cultivated to a certain level, one could also ride on a sword. This was because the breathing technique not only targeted the physical body, but it could also allow the spirit to breathe. It had many wondrous uses. Right now, they were only at the initial stage. The black yak's spiritual power was ordinary, but his physical strength was astonishing. He was not suited to learn spiritual arts. He walked the path of becoming a saint with his physical body, so he was most afraid now. "Don't worry, we won't die." Chu Feng laughed. It was rare to see the black yak so nervous. He grabbed onto Chu Feng's arm and refused to let go. Their speed was decreasing. The sound of the wind whistling in their ears was no longer like before. It was too difficult to let Chu Feng and Yellow Cattle fly, but controlling their bodies in the air was not a problem. Finally, as they approached the mountainous region below, their speed became slower and slower. This made the black yak let out a long sigh. He swore that he would never fly again. This was because at this critical juncture, life and death were completely out of his control. Finally, they landed safely on the ground. This region was close to the sea. It was located in the southeast of Italy. If they crossed the strait, they would reach Greece. If they wanted to return to the east, they had to take the shortcut in Greece. That way, they could reach the Darime Basin in Xinjiang. But now they had been shot down. "What's going on? I'm sleepy again. I want to lie down on the ground and sleep." The black yak was suspicious. Could it be that the nuclear explosion had affected them? It was reasonable to say that king-level entities were not afraid of radiation. As long as they were not exposed to the terrifying temperature of the nuclear explosion, the radiation from the periphery would not be able to kill them. "I'm also sleepy," Chu Feng said. Just like boarding the plane, they fell asleep as soon as they boarded. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only sensed danger when they were about to be hit. "There's something wrong with that colorful tree. The pollen we absorbed has extremely strong side effects." Yellow Cattle's expression was solemn. At present, they really could not hold on any longer. Unless they continuously stimulated their spirits, they would soon fall asleep. At the same time, they felt their bodies burning up. Their blood was boiling and surging. This is not good. This is the terrifying side effect of the blood medicine. Yellow Cattle's expression became more and more unsightly. Then, as if remembering something, he cried out, "I was too careless. Oh God, I missed something good. That was the myriad spirit blood medicine. What's going on? I'm about to fall asleep." The black yak's eyes were lifeless. "Let's go. Find a cave or an underground cavern. We need to hide and not expose ourselves," Chu Feng said. Even a nuclear missile had been fired. One could imagine how powerful Schiller was. It was hard to say what other tricks he had up his sleeve. Along the way, Yellow Cattle was filled with regret. He sighed, "We should have cut down that tree and brought it back." According to him, the flower buds were indeed extraordinary. However, they were not as effective as the small tree. That was where the true essence of the fruit lay. It had absorbed all kinds of spirit blood. There are many methods to accelerate the ripening of mutant fruits in the book. Many of them require watering with spirit blood. It's very cruel and evil. I've thought of all of them. The only thing I've missed is the myriad spirit blood medicine. Schiller must have grasped this secret method. The flower buds they had ingested had side effects such as lethargy and tiredness. These side effects were relatively mild, but in serious cases, they could even threaten their lives. Schiller is truly ruthless. These flower buds can indeed help a king-level entity evolve, but they will also weaken them for a short period of time. They will suffer from the backlash of the blood medicine. I'm guessing he prepared this for the Black Dragon and the Arctic King, Yellow Cattle said. Schiller could easily kill the two experts if they were to fall into such a terrible state. Will there be any problems with our bodies? Chu Feng frowned. As long as we can endure it, there will be many benefits. We will be able to achieve a super evolution, and our physique will be even stronger than the other flower buds. If we can't endure it, then we can only die a tragic death, Yellow Cattle said. The flower buds and fruits of the myriad spirit blood medicine had condensed the most tyrannical substance. It was equivalent to purifying the small tree. As long as the flower buds and fruits fell off, the small tree would be in perfect condition. Damn it, did we eat the dregs? The black yak was furious. It's not dregs, it's just that the effects are too tyrannical. Fortunately, these are only flower buds. We picked them as soon as they started to grow, so we can endure it. Moreover, in the initial stage, it mainly condenses vitality, which is very beneficial to us. Afterwards, Yellow Cattle gloated and said, "After the 5 flower buds fall off, we won't be able to purify the small tree anymore. At that time, the myriad spirit blood medicine will definitely have terrifying side effects. I wonder if Schiller will dare to consume it. It's simply suicide. I can't endure it anymore." The black yak had just finished speaking when he fell to the ground with a plop, snoring thunderously. Afterwards, Yellow Cattle also couldn't endure it any longer and lay down on the grass. Chu Feng was in a relatively better state because he had only used 1 flower bud. He dragged the 2 of them as he ran at high speed. Finally, he ran to the seaside and buried the 2 of them in the sand, leaving only their noses and mouths exposed. Following that, he also dug into the sand and fell into a deep sleep. If they could continue their journey, they definitely wouldn't have fallen asleep here. It was just that the side effects of the flower bud were too great, and they couldn't resist the drowsiness. Of course, the benefits weren't small either. If they could endure until the end, their bodies would definitely transform and become even stronger. Chu Feng slept very peacefully. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly woke up with a start. He felt that danger was approaching, but the 2 oxen were still sleeping. They hadn't woken up even with the arrival of danger. One could imagine how great the side effects of consuming 2 flower buds were. "Wake up!" Chu Feng woke them up because the ominous premonition was getting stronger and stronger. The 2 oxen's eyes were hazy with sleep. "Let's go into the sea and hide." Chu Feng carried them directly into the sea. The sea was very dangerous because there were too many creatures. However, Chu Feng couldn't care less at the moment. He needed to go into the sea to avoid danger. When the salty seawater entered their mouths and noses, the two oxen immediately woke up and almost coughed. "Shh, don't make a sound. It's very dangerous around here," Chu Feng reminded. Under his signal, the three sank to the bottom of the sea and moved underwater. At their level, they could naturally hold their breath for a long time. Boom! Not long after they left, blazing flames soared up from that area. Although it wasn't a nuclear bomb, it was enough to kill a king-level entity. It was a super-guided missile, and its power was simply too great. Huge waves surged up along the entire coastline. Not only the area just now, but even some of the nearby mountainous regions were covered in flames. It was a terrifying scene. What's going on? Is a world war breaking out? Have they gone mad? The Black Yak's eyes were wide open. Schiller is purposely going crazy. The Arctic King and the Black Dragon are probably mad with anger, Chu Feng said. Vatican, sacred medicinal garden. The Black Dragon and the Arctic King were furious. They were about to go crazy. They had expended so much effort and made enemies out of every race. They had killed a large number of king-level entities, but in the end, it was all for naught. The flower buds had been stolen, and someone had plucked the peaches along the way. That was their fortune, but there was actually nothing left. Old man, don't tell me you took everything for yourself. The Arctic King was furious. The flower buds haven't even bloomed yet. Do you think I'm stupid enough to pluck them ahead of time? Schiller's expression was uncertain. He then added, "Besides, the Jilin King and the others are standing guard here. They know who did it." "Is that so?" The Black Dragon asked. "It's very likely that Chu Feng stole it," the Jilin King replied. "A mere human brat dares touch my precious medicine? I'll tear him to pieces." The Black Dragon was furious. "Augustus has ordered people to shoot down a dozen or so airplanes. He's currently investigating who exactly escaped," Schiller said. Furthermore, he told them that if they could catch up to the person who stole the flower and devour his flesh, it would still be effective. If they were too late, the flower bud would be refined by him. "Augustus has confirmed that Chu Feng from the east has escaped. We found traces of him at the airport." In truth, when someone reported to the Vatican, Augustus had already used his own power to influence Europe to launch a batch of missiles. He was a king-level expert of the West and possessed great power. That was why Chu Feng's group was attacked by missiles at the coast. "Unfortunately, I'm injured and can't rush over." The Arctic King's voice was cold. In order to kill that peerless expert with 6 severed shackles, he had paid a great price for the counterattack. It was the same for the Black Dragon. One of his wings had almost fallen off and could no longer fly. Moreover, he couldn't bring back the undead phoenix's head. This made his mood even worse. Schiller said, "Avidus and the others have already moved out. Even if they can't kill Chu Feng, they should be able to pursue him and find some clues. We can rest for a while and send more people to search for Chu Feng." Chu Feng's group spent the entire night crossing the sea. They would sleep when they were tired and continue swimming when they were slightly awake. Fortunately, they didn't run into any of the terrifying sea creatures. "Oh, I forgot that this is the Mediterranean Sea. There aren't any terrifying creatures here," Chu Feng said. This allowed the 2 oxen to heave a sigh of relief. However, they suddenly ran into trouble in the latter half of the night. A gigantic black creature was charging towards them from the sea, threatening to tear them apart. What kind of monster is this? It was a monster with an indistinguishable race. Its body resembled a fish, but it had sharp claws. Boom! A great battle broke out. Chu Feng's group took the initiative to rush down and attack first. This was a king-level monster. The battle was intense, and the monster was finally subdued. Even though the water was its home ground, it was no match for the 3 kings. "I'm a fish." It told them that it had eaten a lot of glowing plants at the bottom of the sea and had undergone continuous transformations. Chu Feng's group sighed. There were indeed countless treasures at the bottom of the sea. This was just the Mediterranean Sea, a barren place that couldn't compare to the rich resources of the ocean. "Let's go. Take us to Greece," Chu Feng ordered. They could only communicate with it telepathically since it didn't understand human language. Boom! White waves rose up to the sky. The next moment, they rode the waves and crossed the straits at a much faster speed. They were heading towards Greece. The black yak and the yellow cattle immediately fell asleep on top of the sea creature. Chufeng was also in a daze as he slept on top of the sea creature. It took them a full 3 days to successfully cross the straits. This was because the straits were much wider than before, and the speed of traveling in the water was much slower than in the air. Even now, the three were still feeling drowsy. However, they finally saw land. Chapter 170. The sky was dusky before dawn, but they could already see the outline of land. This made them feel close to it. Goodbye. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chufeng and the other two rushed onto land and heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally left the ocean and returned to their home ground. The monster in the sea stretched out a sharp, scale-covered claw and waved it at them. It then broke through the water and rode the waves away. If you have the chance, leave the barren Mediterranean Sea and find us in the Eastern Sea. We'll take you to the Fusang tree and then to the Eye of the Sea to evolve into a dragon, Chufeng shouted. When the monster heard this, with a splash, it stirred up a monstrous wave and plunged into the depths of the sea, disappearing without a trace. It cursed silently. This demon wants me to be his mount? Travel to the Eastern Sea? Who are you trying to fool? I heard there's a true dragon's lair there. On the shore, the black yak began to doze off again. These days, it was as if he couldn't wake up and his body was burning hot. The side effects of the myriad spirit blood medicine had yet to subside. Looking at the time, the Fusang tree in the Eastern Sea should be about to come into being. I wonder if the flood dragons and golden crows are joining in the fun. That place isn't easy to get close to, the black yak said while yawning. They didn't dare tarry and wanted nothing more than to return to Mount Kunlun immediately. The West was too dangerous. Schiller could even use missiles and nuclear weapons. Just how much power did he have? The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be, especially since they were in the midst of evolution and couldn't be disturbed. Let's go back quickly. Maybe there's a satellite above us. The black yak was panicking. The three traversed through the mountainous terrain and didn't approach any human settlements. That way, they would be easily exposed. The red sun leapt out of the mountains as mist lingered in the lush forest. The morning glow illuminated the land with a myriad of colors and brought with it a sense of warmth. The journey was smooth. They discovered that they were relatively lucky because they weren't too far from their destination. After the upheavals, layers of folded space had appeared everywhere. A distance of 1,200 kilometers wasn't too far at all. Chufeng and the others stopped when they were dozens of kilometers away from the mysterious passage. They carefully sensed their surroundings, afraid of being ambushed. They walked stealthily into the mist while yawning. Even though the sun was high up in the sky, the sunlight couldn't shine down. It was blocked by the white mist, making the mountainous region hazy and impossible to see through. But it was precisely such a place that one could reach the east by passing through it. Chufeng moved forward alone. He ordered the 2 oxen to lie dormant and wait for news from him. This was to prevent them from being wiped out at the same time. The 2 oxen were in a terrible state. Their spirits were too low and they wanted to sleep again. Chufeng walked very slowly in the white mist. He moved stealthily, with a black dagger in one hand and a diamond chakram in the other. At the same time, he was ready to take out the scarlet flying sword at any time. Finally, he arrived at the most mysterious area. There was a canyon here. If he went through it, he should be in Xinjiang. There was no ambush. Chufeng did not relax. Like a specter, he stuck close to the mountain wall and moved forward. His entire person merged into the mist, becoming one with heaven and earth. He was worried that the enemy was hiding in the canyon. At this moment, it was impossible to sense his vital signs. All of his aura was sealed within his body. This path was very short and quiet, but Chufeng walked for more than 10 minutes, ready to fight at any time. Finally, he walked out of the canyon and returned to the east. He stood in the basin of Xinjiang, but the white mist was still very thick and it was difficult to see anything. Chu Feng knew that he would be able to see the vivid scenery after walking a certain distance. He relaxed a little. However, his body tensed up at the next moment and his hair stood on end. He knew things were bad. The enemy was more sinister than he had imagined. They were not guarding the canyon, but at the exit of the road. It was easy to let down one's guard in this place, because one would think that they had escaped. Who would have thought that death had just begun? Swoosh! A blazing sword light pierced through the white mist like a falling heavenly sword. It was about to cut Chu Feng's head into two halves. Avidus had made his move. He held a resplendent sword in his hand and was clad in radiant armor. His golden hair hung loosely behind him, and his eyes were sharp. He was like a divine knight from ancient times as he ambushed Chu Feng. Clang! It was too late to dodge. Chu Feng swung the diamond chakram in his hand to meet the radiant sword. A resplendent radiance erupted between the two, accompanied by a deafening sound. A vast and mysterious energy swept through the area like a hurricane. The millstone-sized rocks were all sent flying into the air and exploded. This was the first time the two had clashed. Avidus's realm was very high. He had long since severed 3 shackles and grasped the profound mysteries of light. He had also learned the radiant sword arts from the Holy See. If it were someone else with 1 severed shackle, they would have been cut in half by this sneak attack. However, the diamond chakram in Chu Feng's hands was too terrifying. It forcefully collided with the radiant sword and, with a loud crack, broke the extraordinary silver blade into 2. Roar! Chu Feng encountered more than one threat because there were several king-level experts hiding in the area. They pounced over at almost the same time. Behind him, a deafening roar resounded as a snow-white beast the size of a small mountain swatted down with a claw as big as a dustpan. Chu Feng broke Avidus's radiant sword and immediately shifted his body to the side. However, the claw slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Within a split second, rocks were sent flying and the earth split open. Boulders weighing thousands of kilograms were sent flying into the air. This beast king possessed extraordinary strength. Swoosh! Before Chu Feng could steady himself, a blinding sword light appeared and blocked his path. It was a young lady clad in radiant armor. She held a silver sword in her hand and thrust it towards Chu Feng's body. This lady had also severed 3 shackles and was comparable to Avidus in strength. Ding! Chu Feng activated the scarlet flying knife and blocked the sure kill strike. If he didn't know spiritual arts, he would have been drenched in blood from such an encirclement and this final attack. Roar! However, there were more ambushers here than he had imagined. A few other beast kings had appeared, bringing with them strong gales, sending sand and stones flying as they pounced over. Chu Feng let out a loud roar and activated the demon ox sound art to shake the surroundings. At the same time, he circulated his special breathing technique to amplify the sound waves and attack their spirit. He brandished the diamond chakram, the black dagger, and the scarlet flying knife, forcing back one of the beast kings behind him. He blocked the fatal attacks from the others and turned to flee into the valley. The road back to the east could not be used. It had been sealed. Where do you think you're going? Several people chased after him with Avidus in the lead. All of them emitted a terrifying king-level aura, causing the earth to crack under their feet. All of them chased after Chu Feng at supersonic speed. Boom! The air exploded like a lightning tribulation, shaking the entire misty region. Chu Feng passed through the valley and returned to the Greek mountainous region. He ran as fast as he could and did not engage in battle. His current state was too poor. Although he wasn't like the 2 oxen who wanted to fall asleep, he wasn't in the mood to fight. He was in the midst of evolution, and his transformation hadn't finished. It wasn't appropriate for him to fight in such a state. Moreover, this was a group of king-level entities. If he were to stop now, he would suffer a miserable fate. Even the weakest among them had severed 2 shackles. Boom! Like a sudden clap of thunder, Chu Feng passed by Yellow Ox's hiding place and rushed into the distance. Rocks, grass, and trees were all swept up by the gale. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet cracked. The people behind him were also closing in on him at supersonic speeds. Yellow Cattle and the Black Yak's eyes were wide open. They wanted nothing more than to kill their way out. However, Chu Feng had an agreement with them. He had warned them not to show themselves. If someone were to chase after him, it would be the perfect opportunity for them to return to the east and call for reinforcements. One had to know that Mount Kunlun was overseen by peerless experts. In their current state, their bodies were burning hot, their spirits were exhausted, and they were extremely sleepy. They weren't fit for battle at all. If they were to fight, they would only die a tragic death. They had each eaten 2 flower buds, and the side effects were twice as severe as Chu Feng's. At this time, their eyes were red and their hearts were in extreme pain. They were an innately cold-blooded people. Seeing their brother risk his life to lure the enemy away, the 2 oxen clenched their fists and trembled. Go! In the end, they rushed into the mist without looking back. They rushed through the valley and fled back to the east. Chu Feng, brother, you must stay alive. Wait for us to call for reinforcements. The Black Yak roared. Schiller, just you wait. Yellow Cattle also shouted. Although they were exhausted, they still ran with all their might. They sped across the land of Xinjiang towards Mount Kunlun. Unfortunately, the distance was too long. It was extremely far from Mount Kunlun. The 2 oxen were burning with anxiety. They crossed the mountain ridges and wanted to subdue a ferocious bird to carry them on their back. Unfortunately, this wasn't Mount Kunlun. It wasn't easy to see powerful mutant birds here. Even if they found one, it would be difficult to get close. Chu Feng, you must stay alive. The 2 oxen were about to go crazy. They ran until their bodies were spasming and their blood was boiling. At this time, Chu Feng was indeed in big trouble. He was being chased by 8 king-level entities. Even if he was in good condition, he still wouldn't be a match for them. After all, he had only severed 1 shackle. How could he resist? He had the diamond chakram. If he used it unexpectedly, he would most likely be able to kill one of them. However, if he stopped, even for a short moment, he would undoubtedly die. After all, his realm was too low. Brother Chu, don't run. Let's have a chat. A Vidus shouted from behind. He had a smile on his face, his golden hair dancing behind him like flames. Chu Feng ignored him. You might know a man for a long time, but not his heart. Back at the Vatican, a Vidus had led him, Yellow Cattle, and the Black Yak around the city to familiarize themselves with the medicinal garden. Who would have thought that he was Schiller's right-hand man and the main force in the hunt for Chu Feng? Without a doubt, as long as Chu Feng stopped, a Vidus would definitely swing his radiant greatsword at him. He had already ambushed him just now. Chu Feng ran madly, but none of the 8 beasts behind him were weak. They were all extremely fast because the more shackles they had severed, the stronger their physiques were. A giant white bear the size of a small mountain leapt up with a rumble and pounced towards Chu Feng. Its speed was terrifying. It was like an avalanche, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, trying to engulf Chu Feng. Chu Feng had no choice but to change his direction. This gave him the opportunity to slash a Vidus's broken sword across his back, leaving a bloody gash that almost exposed his bones. Unless you kill me, all of you will pay the price. Chu Feng was fleeing across mountains and ridges. He was more familiar with the terrain than these people, because he had come here not long ago. You still want to live? Lord Schiller wants you dead. The Black Dragon and the Arctic King want your flesh and blood. Yet you still want to live? What a joke. A Beast King sneered. Where's the Jilin King? Why isn't he here yet? If he were here, he would have long since caught up to this eastern brat. How could he let him live? The white bear was dissatisfied. Dear Chu, as long as you stop, you might still have a chance to live. We're all humans. We'll protect you. The golden-haired lady laughed. She was very young and full of vigor. Her face was exquisite, and her skin was as white as porcelain. Her long golden hair danced in the wind, and her figure was tall and graceful. She carried her silver sword and chased after Chu Feng. Chow Na, Chu Feng is too timid. He doesn't trust us. Let me force him to stay. Avidus laughed. What demon King Chu? He doesn't even have the courage to fight us, yet he dares to cause trouble in the west. Coward! A black earth dragon roared. He was a powerful subordinate of the black dragon. Chu Feng paid no heed to their mockery. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape and survive. As long as he was alive, there would be hope. He would return to the west after his evolution. Splash! Finally, Chu Feng jumped into the sea, diving head first into the water. Not good. Don't let him escape. Avidus's expression changed. Who's the best swimmer? We must kill him here. Xiao Na was clad in radiant armor, looking valiant and formidable looking. Her beautiful face was suffused with killing intent, and her warm smile was replaced with a cold gaze. I'll go kill him. The white bear jumped into the sea with a splash and chased after Chu Feng. Let's go together. We can't let him escape. It's easy for accidents to happen on his own. Even though they weren't good at swimming, they were still king-level entities and could move quickly in the water. Of course, it couldn't be compared to being on land. Schiller, the Black Dragon, and the Arctic King subordinates, a total of 8 experts, joined forces to chase after Chu Feng, stirring up huge waves in the Mediterranean Sea. They were not afraid of monsters appearing in the sea. With so many king-level experts gathered together, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, they all knew that the Mediterranean Sea was barren and surrounded by land. There were no terrifying creatures here. Demon King Chu, is this all you've got? You only know how to run. You disappoint me. The white bear roared. You dare call yourself a demon king? You're too weak. The black earth dragon roared as it split the waves and chased after Chu Feng. Chu, don't be afraid. We're coming. Avidus also transmitted his voice as he chased after Chu Feng with his broken sword. Boom! Suddenly, a violent rumble came from the front. 2 huge monsters were fighting in the depths of the Mediterranean Sea, causing huge waves to shoot up into the sky. God, what kind of monster is that? Xiao Na cried out. That was because the waves were too big, like a tsunami. They could vaguely see a black monster leaping out of the water. It was over 1,000 meters long. That's a king-level whale. How is this possible? Isn't there no such creature in the Mediterranean Sea? Avidus cried out in alarm. The suppressive might emitted by that king-level entity caused them to tremble. It was a terrifying existence with at least 5 severed shackles. At this moment, it was fighting with another mysterious creature. Bang! In the end, the other monster was defeated by the Whale King. It bled profusely and escaped. He's running towards the whale. Should we still chase after him? White Bear and the others were anxious. They wanted to chase after Chu Feng, but were also afraid that the monster would attack them in anger. But if they didn't chase after him, Chu Feng would soon disappear into the sea. Not good, let's go. Xiao Na cried out in alarm. The whale monster had opened its mouth, forming a dark vortex as if it wanted to devour everything. Chu Feng has been swallowed. The 8 experts were shocked. Afterwards, they turned around and ran for their lives, no longer daring to approach that area. Who would have thought he would die just like that? Avidus shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring his head back. The outside world had been in upheaval for the past few days. During the battle at the Vatican, king-level entities had fallen in droves. Their corpses piled up into mountains, shocking the entire world. This was even more terrifying than a magnitude 12 earthquake. Both the East and the West had been hit by a huge storm. The death of so many king-level entities was like a hole in the sky. At the very least, many races were seething with anger. They questioned what had happened because their experts hadn't returned. All the major corporations and major powers were terrified. How could so many king-level experts have died in such a short period of time? But no one dared to enter the Vatican to investigate. After all, there were so many king-level entity corpses lying there, and there were clear pictures of them. Someone had barged into the Vatican's forbidden grounds and caused a shocking upheaval, resulting in a tragedy. Finally, such an explanation came from the Vatican. I don't believe it. There must be a conspiracy. Where's the Silver Moon Wolf King? Someone inquired. That was an expert with 6 severed shackles. Could it be that he had also died inside? The Silver Moon Wolf King has fallen, his head separated from his body. A picture was released, shocking both the East and the West. Such a peerless expert had actually died inside. Who would dare to investigate further? That place was definitely a dragon's pool and tiger's den. During these days, great waves surged through the East and the West. There was no way for them to calm down. The impact of this matter was too great. Where's Chu Feng? Don't tell me he's also dead? Someone asked. He's already dead. This was the Vatican's reply. They had already received news that Chu Feng had been buried in the Whale King's stomach. What? Immortal Chu is dead. Many people on the East Side, although they had long since anticipated this, they still found it hard to accept. At this moment, many people related to Chu Feng were dejected and unwilling to accept this truth. Bullshit, my brother isn't dead. Just you wait, I'm going to take revenge. An angry roar came from Mount Kunlun one day later. The Black Yak and the others had returned. They had finally subdued a giant bird and brought them back to Mount Kunlun. This shocked the group of great demons. They immediately surrounded them and questioned them about what had happened. That was because the outside world was in chaos. Only the 2 of them had returned alive. Quickly, go and save my brother. The 2 oxen cried out loudly. Their eyes were scarlet red and their emotions were unstable. They frantically asked the Mastiff King and the others to save Chu Feng. However, before they could take action, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the East and the West. The Black Dragon and the Arctic King were on a punitive expedition to Mount Kunlun. They wanted to hand over the 2 oxen and directly stated that the bloody case at the Vatican was related to Chu Feng, the yellow cattle, and the Black Yak. This caused a world-shaking uproar. 2 peerless experts with 6 severed shackles were on a punitive expedition to the east. The 2 experts were going to lead their troops to Mount Kunlun. The world was in an uproar. The experts of the east were shocked and angry at the same time. What were the Western kings trying to do? Some people were worried, while others were happy. At the very least, many of the beast races in the east were smiling after hearing about Chu Feng's death. Su Wani from the Lin family of celestial biology was also very happy. She was humming a tune while sipping red wine. She was in an incomparably good mood. I don't believe it. Boss is definitely not dead. He'll definitely come back alive. At that time, he'll kill all the demons and monsters. Du Huaijin, Ouyang Qing, and the others didn't believe it. Immortal Chu is already dead. If there's anything, burn some joss paper. Huxing didn't practice the silent meditation this time. Xiong Kuan was scared and said, Fox, can I just curse him a little this time? I think he's done for. The Vatican has sent back accurate news. This time, he won't be able to escape this calamity, Huxing said. Isn't this guy always very lucky? How'd he die just like that? Jiang Luoxin was suspicious. Linoy stood on the shore of the Eastern Sea. She dialed Chu Feng's communicator, but couldn't get through. Great chapter. Also, please vote for me if you have any monthly votes. It's already the end of the month. Chapter 171. Little Feng, are you really not here? In Chu Feng's home, his mother Wang Jing's eyes were red and swollen. She had just cried and was extremely sad. Don't cry. This child is quite tenacious. Perhaps he'll be back in a few days. Chu Ziyuan consoled his mother, but he was also quite haggard. That was their only son. The news of his misfortune was like a bolt from the blue. The couple was extremely worried and in poor spirits. Within the hollow jade temple, Lu Tong was also sighing. He stood there gazing absent-mindedly at the verdant willow tree outside his window. He regretted agreeing to Chu Feng's westward journey. When he first heard the news, Lu Tong was still holding on to some hope that Chu Feng might not have died in the Vatican. However, for 5 days had passed, and there was still no news. He had given up on that hope. Bodhi Biogenetics, the Extraterrestrial Research Institute, the Tongu Alliance, and all the other major corporations were trying to figure out what had happened in the Vatican. Many of them were also trying to determine whether Chu Feng had died or not. In the end, they came to the same conclusion. Chu Feng had most likely died there. Otherwise, with his character, he would have stirred up a huge storm a long time ago. He's indeed dead this time. Who would have thought that the infamous Demon King Chu would die in the West? Some of the beast race members sighed. To them, Demon King Chu's fame was too great. This young human king had been extraordinary during this period of time. Those beast race members who had taken human form, including the heirs of the various king clans, had all become much more cautious after entering human society. They no longer dared to act unbridled. Demon King Chu is finally dead. How satisfying. Otherwise, we would have set up an ambush to kill him. In the end, he died in the Vatican. Naturally, there were many beast race members who hated Chu Feng. For example, the Peacock race and the Ashwolf race. They had a deep enmity with him and wanted nothing more than for him to die immediately. The East could not remain calm. Everyone was discussing what had happened in the Vatican and what the truth was. Not only the major corporations, but even the ordinary people were skeptical. Did so many king-level entities really die from triggering the restrictions? This was especially true since the deceased Chu Feng was involved. Everyone was saying that he and the two beast kings from Mount Kunlun had implicated others by trespassing into the forbidden area. Many great races were skeptical, but they didn't say anything. Demon King Chu, even death cannot wipe out your crimes. Even after your own death, you still implicate others. Your death is not to be regretted. In the end, there were a few clans that stomped their feet in anger. They didn't get along with Chu Feng to begin with, opposing him with equal harshness. Now that this type of major event happened, they immediately bit back at him. Who dares to slander my brother? I, your father, will immediately destroy him. On Mount Kunlun, the Black Yak had gone mad. Even his eyes had turned red. Chu Feng had died because he had lured away so many powerful enemies to cover his escape with the yellow cattle. Now, even the Black Yak and yellow cattle were in despair. They believed that Chu Feng had died in the West. They were preparing for a battle to the death with the so-called Eastern Punitive Expedition at the foot of Mount Kun. They wanted to kill until rivers of blood flowed in order to avenge Chu Feng. The Black Dragon and the Arctic King were about to lead their troops on an expedition to the east. They were all king-level entities, and their momentum was torrential. They harbored great ambitions to conquer Mount Kunlun and occupy the home of myriad gods. This triggered a huge commotion. Right now, the entire world was paying attention to this matter. The entire world's eyes were on this matter. Bull Demon of Mount Kunlun, are you still trying to clear your name for Chu Feng? If not for you, how could so many people have died? Some people had ulterior motives and wanted to muddy the waters. They wanted to pour dirty water on Chu Feng and the two oxen. Impudent! You lowly people dare to slander my brother? The truth will be revealed soon. The Black Yak really wanted to slap these lowly people to death. He knew that there were enemies of Chu Feng among them. For example, there were some beast races in the Vatican's Eastern Punitive Expedition. They wanted to invert right and wrong and confuse black and white. How could he and the yellow cattle remain silent? The two oxen were writing down everything in detail, wanting to make it public. The truth is right here. The yellow cattle stood out. He used 10,000 words to write down the truth about the Vatican, describing his Chu Feng and the Black Yak's journey to the west. This was what he had discussed with the Black Yak. The whole world was in an uproar. If it was as the two oxen had written, this was simply too shocking. So many king-level entities had been killed. Were Schiller, the Black Dragon, and the Arctic King really so terrifying? Was everything a trap set by them? Even the major powers felt a chill run down their spines. Was the Vatican trying to expand? Many people thought of the legendary Holy See. In the legends, it was a colossus in its most glorious era, who in the Western world dared to disobey their orders, especially when people thought of the Crusades. Ridiculous if it was really Master Schiller's trap. How could you three pawns escape? It was all because of your greed. Someone refuted the two oxen. I can testify that Chu Feng is the real culprit. He had high ambitions but little ability. He coveted the sacred tree in the Vatican's forbidden area and activated the restriction, causing the deaths of so many king-level experts. The Golden Lion King, the Dole King, and the others stood out one after another. They came from Africa and claimed that they had no relations with the people of Europe or the Vatican. The Lion King was actually alive and had even declared his position. This shocked the two oxen. That day, the Lion King was extremely tyrannical, but he was indeed powerful. He had already severed 4 shackles and had looked down on Chu Feng and the two oxen, wanting to kill them. In truth, he was indeed ridiculously powerful. If not for Chu Feng's diamond chakram, the 3 of them would have been in grave danger that day. The situation isn't good. There's an old lion behind the Lion King. It said that he was already unrivaled 21 years ago. That is super terrifying existence with 6 severed shackles. The Black Yak felt that the situation had become serious. The Black Dragon and the Arctic King weren't the only ones who had allied with Schiller. The whole world was in turmoil. All the major powers were suspicious. Even the Lion King had stood out to declare his position. The waters were getting muddier and muddier. The Black Yak and the Yellow Cattle naturally couldn't stand by and watch them distort the truth. They rebuked them, but this attracted even more topics of discussion and a war of words. Both the East and the West could not remain calm. In the West, some people were quite happy. After all, the death of so many beast kings had greatly reduced the pressure on them. As such, some European parliamentarians were inclined to believe that the Vatican was innocent. I only have one question. Who was the one who gave the order to shoot down the dozen or so airplanes from the Vatican? He indirectly caused the death of my brother, Chu Feng. This matter isn't over yet. The Black Yak flew into a rage and declared that this debt would be settled sooner or later. This naturally caused a huge uproar. Chu Feng had been shot down from the sky and missed the best opportunity to leave. Otherwise, he would have long since returned to the east via Greece. Chu Feng died too early. What a pity. Many people felt that it was a pity because he was still very young and had great potential. The other king-level entities were all old monsters who had obtained great fortunes during the small-scale upheavals 21 years ago. Chu Feng was a newly ascended king-level expert, but he had died prematurely. The Black Dragon and the Arctic King summoned their troops and set out on a journey. This caused a huge storm. This wasn't just idle talk. They were putting their words into action. Dispute is just an excuse. They want to encroach on the immortal mountains of the East. People realized that this would be a great clash between the East and the West. The significance of Mount Kunlun's existence was too great. It was known as the #1 immortal mountain of the East, the home of myriad gods. The Black Dragon and the Arctic King were filled with lofty ambitions. They actually wanted to set foot on Mount Kunlun. In the Mediterranean Sea, a 1,000-meter-long black monster was dripping with blood as it traversed the vast waters. This was a giant whale. According to common sense, there shouldn't be such a creature in the Mediterranean Sea. But now, a whale king with 5 severed shackles had been born. When it went berserk, its blood energy would surge to the heavens. Such a large creature could overturn the seas and rivers. A casual wave of its tail could break a mountain peak in the middle of the sea. It had been wounded during a fierce battle with another tyrant. Although it managed to drive away the other party, it had been poisoned and was currently swimming towards a pure land in its heart. In the end, its consciousness had become hazy, but it was still relying on its instincts to swim towards its destination. Within its stomach, Chu Feng's condition wasn't much better. He was also in a daze. He had been swallowed by the Whale King to expel the toxins from the seawater. At first, he didn't act rashly. He was prepared to borrow the strength of the Whale King to leave this region of the sea. But later on, he found that his whole body was burning up. It was almost too much to bear. It shouldn't have come to this. He had only taken a single flower bud, so the side effects weren't that great. But during the evolution process, he was constantly disturbed. First, he was attacked by a nuclear bomb. Then he fought an intense battle and fled for thousands of kilometers. He was simply too exhausted. This seriously affected his body's condition. The side effects of the myriad spirit blood medicine had erupted. Chu Feng was in a daze and was about to enter a deep sleep. He was struggling unwillingly, but the last moment, he discovered that his body was glowing as a layer of mysterious energy enveloped him. Even when he stopped breathing, his body was still active. Later on, he discovered that his body was like a snake in hibernation, but his spirit was breathing. He was half asleep and half awake, alert to the outside world and protecting himself from harm. Finally, he fell asleep. His body was covered in a dense layer of energy. He was evolving and transforming, but his breathing had almost stopped. He was like a hibernating animal. For several days, Chu Feng was in hibernation. In the end, the exhausted whale king swam to a distant shore. Its condition wasn't very good and was extremely weak. It had been bitten by that sea beast, and its venom was extremely strong. Even someone at its level couldn't bear it, and had come to this area to seek help. That was because it had been saved by someone here last time. A melodious flute music was transmitted over. It was exceptionally pleasing to the ears as it passed through the waves and reverberated above the sea. The Whale King's spirit was roused, and its heart was filled with joy. It knew that person was still in this region of the sea and quickly swam forward. On the shore, there was a child with long, sparkling hair. Her entire body was emitting auspicious and divine radiance. She was a little girl with a Western face, but she was currently playing an Eastern flute. She was extremely beautiful with a flawless face and large eyes like sapphires. Her entire body was glowing, and she seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old. Following her flute music, the entire shore quieted down. Many seabirds landed in all directions to listen to the flute music. Countless fishes swam over to climb ashore. The Whale King approached and was almost stranded. "You're injured again," the little girl said. Her entire body glowed with golden light as she put down her flute. She held a sheepskin scroll in her hand and began to recite scriptures. In the blink of an eye, her body erupted with brilliance as the sheepskin scroll emitted a golden radiance that enveloped her. Then, the beam of light flew towards the Whale King. Very soon, it regained its spirit. The Whale King spat out water and shook its head and tail violently, expressing its goodwill to the little girl. Chu Feng woke up with a start because he felt the world spinning in the whale's stomach. He sat up abruptly, and at this time, the side effects of the myriad spirit blood medicine had already disappeared. He felt that his condition was unprecedentedly good and exceptionally powerful. Swoosh! In the end, Chu Feng rushed out of the Whale King's mouth. At the same time, he circulated his special breathing technique, and his body was no longer in hibernation. He had recovered his powerful vitality and was glowing resplendently. Chu Feng landed on the shore and looked back at the Whale King. Then, he looked at the little girl on the shore in astonishment. "Who are you?" The little girl held the sheepskin scroll in her hand and was glowing like a deity. Her sapphire-like eyes were wide open as she stared at him in astonishment. "Where is this?" Chu Feng asked. Behind him, the Whale King roared and emitted a terrifying suppressive might. Chapter 172. Chu Feng was baffled. What holy land? Looking at this beautiful little girl whose entire body was glowing, and even her hair was sparkling, he wondered if he had arrived at Atlantis, the legendary Atlantis. After the upheavals, all kinds of legends had appeared. He wouldn't be too shocked even if that great continent were to appear once again. That was because the earliest records of the great Western continent came from the ancient Greek dialogues, and Chu Feng had fled along the sea from the Greek side. That was why he had such a guess. Roar! In the sea, the 1,000-meter-long Whale King roared, sending huge waves crashing towards the sky. It was an extremely terrifying sight. It was clearly a marine creature, but its roar was like that of a wild beast. Its body was surging with blood energy, surging towards the sky. As an expert with 5 severed shackles, this was a world-shaking display of strength that was enough to block guided missiles. It was extremely dissatisfied with Chu Feng. While it was unconscious from the poison, Chu Feng had actually hibernated in its stomach. It was expressing its anger. "All right, don't be angry. You're not enemies." The little girl with skin as fair as ivory tried to appease the Whale King. She blinked her large eyes and waved her hand. "Thank you." The Whale King transmitted a spiritual fluctuation and calmed down. They didn't know how to communicate, so this was the only way to communicate. It then stared at Chu Feng from within the sea like a tiger eyeing its prey. After all, it was an expert with 5 severed shackles. Its majesty was not to be trifled with. "I'm sorry. I was chased into the sea and ended up being swallowed by you. I was unconscious for several days, but this can be considered a narrow escape," Chu Feng spoke. The Whale King glanced askance at him. This brat was speaking as if he was the victim. The little girl was as beautiful as an angel. Her sapphire eyes seemed to be able to see through one's heart. As if she had seen through Chu Feng's doubts, she told him directly, "This is the holy city of Jerusalem." Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Just how long had he been drifting in the sea? He had actually crossed the Mediterranean Sea from Greece to the Middle East. One had to know that the oceans of today were vast and boundless. He couldn't help but look at the Whale King. This gigantic beast was truly extraordinary. Could he trick it into participating in the battle for the Fusang tree in the eastern seas? As soon as he opened his mouth, the Whale King immediately replied, "Are you going to carry me all the way to the east?" Unable to have a pleasant conversation, Chu Feng turned his back to it. The Whale King wasn't stupid. He felt that this brat was only looking for a free mount to send him to the east, so he rebuked him. Chu Feng was very curious about the little girl. He could not see through her. She looked to be 7 or 8 years old, but she had an extraordinary temperament, and her body was surrounded by a divine radiance. If one didn't know that the current extraordinary creatures were born from evolution, it would be easy to suspect whether she was the child of a god. It was so small, yet it was enveloped by the divine radiance. Chu Feng tried to talk to her, but the little girl did not get through to him. She smiled sweetly and said that she lived in the holy city of Jerusalem and liked to study all kinds of ancient scriptures. Chu Feng did not ask further because the little girl was unwilling to say more. However, his heart was restless because he could feel a special aura from this 7 or 8-year-old child. Some of the characteristics on her body were very similar to the yellow cattle in human form. After yellow cattle's human form, she had a head of long golden hair and was excessively beautiful. She was like an exquisite porcelain doll, otherworldly and refined. Chu Feng was startled by himself. Could it be that this little girl did not belong to this world? He could really feel a kind of transcendent aura from her body. "I have to go. Goodbye." The little girl smiled and waved her hand. Then, she ran into the distance toward the holy city of Jerusalem. The divine radiance on her body gradually retracted. "I'll call Yellow Cattle over and probe her. Could she be a descender as well?" Chu Feng's expression was solemn. He had long since known that any creature that could pass the life and death trial and finally descend to this world along the mysterious path was bound to have some outstanding points. Plop! Behind him, the Whale King slapped the waves several hundred meters high. It was like a tsunami with a thunderous roar as it swept toward Chu Feng. "Damn you!" Chu Feng ran very fast, but was still drenched by the waves. He stood in the distance and glared at the gigantic beast in the sea. The Whale King was clearly taking pleasure in Chu Feng's misfortune. It was obviously very vengeful, but it was not vicious enough to use this method to tease Chu Feng. "Are you really not going to consider transforming into a dragon in the true dragon's lair in the Eastern Sea? At that time, you'll be able to soar above the 9 heavens and not be trapped in the water." "Little brat, I've already lived for several hundred years. You still want to trick me? Go play with the mud." the Whale King taunted. Chu Feng turned around and left. He did not want to waste his energy. In the distance, many people ran over and let out cries of alarm. They had all come to see the Whale King. That was because the Mediterranean Sea had always been thought to be devoid of whales. Now that such a large one had appeared, it was truly shocking. Chu Feng hurriedly avoided the crowd for fear of being photographed. These people had excited expressions on their faces. Men, women, young and old were all holding communicators and cameras in their hands. Of course, no one dared to approach. The Whale King swam away leisurely with a flick of its tail. After a long while, the place finally calmed down. Chu Feng was carrying a bee skin pouch and cut a sorry figure. This naturally caused some people to be astonished. He spoke in broken English and borrowed a communicator. His own had long since been shattered during the battle. Chu Feng immediately contacted his parents, afraid that they would be worried. But as soon as the call went through, he called out Mom. The other side was silent for a while, then sobbing sounds could be heard. Following that, Wang Jing's sobs became louder and louder. Chu Feng immediately felt uncomfortable. He knew that he had truly caused his family to worry. His parents were most likely suffering for the next few days. Mom, don't cry. I was wrong. I made you all worry, Chu Feng muttered. This was the first time he felt that he was not strong enough. A true powerhouse would never let his family be in fear. Wang Jing cried for a long time before she regained control of her emotions. Most of the worries she had accumulated over the past few days seemed to have dissipated along with her sobs. She gradually recovered. She carefully asked Chu Feng about what had happened. Then, she repeatedly reminded him to be careful and not to force himself. He had to think of a way to return safely. Following that, Chu Ziyuan chatted with Chu Feng for a while. He told him that everything was fine at home and that there was no need to worry. Finally, Chu Feng told them that he would return after a while and not to worry about him. He would always place safety above all else. Only then did he end the call. After returning the communicator, Chu Feng's expression became serious. He had learned from his parents what had happened in the past few days. During the few days he had disappeared, the Black Dragon and the Arctic King had already entered Xinjiang and were about to leave from Mount Kunlun. Intolerable bullies. Chu Feng clenched his fists. First, they had been plotted against in the Vatican, then shot down by a missile. Then, they had been hunted down, and in the end, they had been slandered for causing a disaster in the Vatican, causing the deaths of so many king-class life forms. The Black Dragon and the Arctic King were even sent to the east to demand an explanation. In reality, they were trying to encroach on Mount Kunlun. This was truly domineering. It was clearly these people who had almost killed him in the west, but now they were slandering him and even wanted to kill their way to the east. How tyrannical! I won't rest until I make you pay a painful price. Chu Feng roared. He didn't enter Jerusalem for the time being because he didn't know much about the place. This was the holy land of the three religions and was even more famous than the Vatican. Even the saints of the Vatican were buried here. I want to become stronger, Chu Feng muttered. There was a raging flame in his heart. Those people had already set out for the east, and he was planning to kill his way to the west. He wanted to cut off their path of retreat and start a massacre. Using the Black Yak's vulgar words, he wanted to do something big. Everyone in the world thought he was dead. Some were sad, while others were spouting nonsense and disrespecting the dead. He wanted to give everyone a pleasant surprise. Chu Feng walked along the coast for a long time and arrived at a deserted area. The golden sand was extremely soft and scalding under the sunlight. Chu Feng felt comfortable stepping on it with his bare feet. He threw down the beast skin pouch and began to circulate his special breathing technique. After several days of hibernation, his body had accumulated an astonishing amount of energy. Every inch of his flesh was sparkling and glowing, filled with powerful vitality and as gentle as jade. Without a doubt, he was only one step away from achieving a shocking transformation. The mysterious energy within his body had accumulated to a sufficient level and was about to break a certain shackle. During these few days of hibernation, Chu Feng had completely absorbed the pollen's medicinal effects. His flesh was glowing and was about to blossom with divine light. Crack! When Chu Feng exerted his full strength, it was as easy as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. His right foot erupted with auspicious radiance and surged with a powerful and astonishing aura. After reaching a certain threshold, he could break a shackle with such a sudden burst of strength. It was as easy as flipping his hand. This time, everything went too smoothly. At this moment, Chu Feng felt a vigorous energy emanating from his right foot. It spread throughout his entire right leg and then to every part of his body. That shackle had been broken. Chu Feng lowered his head and saw a faint golden energy surging from his right foot. It spread to his limbs and bones, and his whole body was glowing with a divine radiance. The energy surged and was extremely terrifying. This was an inevitable phenomenon after breaking a shackle. At this moment, after taking that final step, he had undergone an intense transformation. His constitution had been greatly enhanced, and his vitality had been upgraded. The aura emanating from Chu Feng suddenly became much more powerful. After breaking a shackle, the mysterious energy released from his body had penetrated his flesh and was circulating with divine radiance. He could clearly feel it. At this moment, his strength had increased by a large margin, far surpassing what it was before. Chu Feng stomped on the ground with all his might. With a loud boom, the sand in the area was blasted away. It was as if a meteorite had struck the beach, and a terrifying crater immediately appeared. Chu Feng retreated. He was astonished. He hadn't even used any strength at all. His shackle-severed right foot had already created such a terrifying scene. He had a feeling that he could still break the shackle. This was somewhat astonishing. Under normal circumstances, creatures would need to consolidate their strength after evolving. It was rare for someone to continue and break the shackle within their body. However, Chu Feng had this feeling. This time, he had accumulated a considerable amount of strength. He had that instinctive reaction and could still break through. He wasn't willing to give up on this opportunity. He didn't even have the time to experience what kind of power he had obtained after breaking that shackle. He began to attack again. This time it took a long time. Chu Feng tried in every way possible and found that the shackle on his left foot was suitable to be broken because there were some cracks. This time, he observed carefully and could clearly see that there was a faint golden shackle binding his left foot. That was the embodiment of a mysterious energy. Chu Feng circulated his special breathing technique. His whole body glowed like a blazing sun, illuminating the blue sea, the blue sky, and the beach. Boom! This time, he broke the shackle once again. His left foot immediately felt light and agile, as if it had just escaped from a swamp. It was as comfortable as his right foot, emitting a faint golden radiance. The mysterious energy spread out and enveloped his entire left foot before rushing towards his limbs and bones. Chu Feng's whole body was bathed in a golden radiance. He felt incomparably comfortable. Furthermore, he felt an explosive power. He knew that he had become extremely powerful. Up until today, he had severed a total of 3 shackles. Only after a long while did the faint golden radiance on his body recede into his flesh and bones. At this moment, every movement of Chu Feng's possessed terrifying strength. Boom! Chu Feng stepped on a vast ocean. Immediately, a faint golden energy surged out, causing the waves to sweep across the sky. The scene was terrifying. Even he himself was astonished. One had to know that he was able to produce such a divine might even before exerting all his strength. Following that, Chu Feng rushed out at an astonishing speed. Even he found it hard to believe. Boom! The sonic boom was astonishing. He had only increased his speed slightly and was already more than 1,000 meters away. Moreover, it had taken less than a second. What kind of terrifying speed was this? This was somewhat abnormal. Before this, he had only been running at a speed slightly above the speed of sound. Even if he had severed 2 shackles, it shouldn't be this fast. That was because after reaching the king level, Increasing one's speed was far more difficult than increasing one's strength. At his current realm, his speed should still be within 1 or 2 times the speed of sound. Even if he was fast enough in the past and specialized in increasing his speed, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. It was difficult for a king-level entity to increase their speed by a large margin. It was far inferior to the increase in strength. Following that, Chu Feng tested out his ultimate speed. After careful calculations, the air exploded with a boom, and in the blink of an eye, he was more than 1,000 meters away. It was close to 4 times the speed of sound. Chu Feng stood in place, lost in thought. He then carefully sensed what kind of ability he had obtained. It was truly no different from a divine ability. Divine feat. Today, he had severed 2 shackles in succession. His legs had become incomparably agile. At the same time, he possessed an unimaginable strength. He could almost break a small mountain with a single kick. Of course, the most important thing was his astonishing speed. His entire body had evolved, and his vitality had increased explosively. He had also obtained a terrifying ability like the divine feat. The offensive power of his legs was astonishing. Moreover, even the bird kings in the sky couldn't compare to him. Chu Feng wanted nothing more than to kill his way to the west. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.